All right, hey guys, I just need to let you know. No, you need to let me know. Happy Friday evening, by the way. Is there audio when I start this video? Hello, and welcome back to What's the Obsession? What are the biggest discrepancies, issues, and questions surrounding the Watts case? When it comes to the issues and questions, they come in a few forms. First of all, there are the literal discrepancies that we find within the documents that make up the 1,960-page discovery about the Watts case. There are issues of integrity in the investigation. Questions have come up like, why wasn't this person or that person questioned by the authorities? Or particularly in the case of Chris Watts' former mistress, why wasn't she pressed further for precise details when she was questioned by investigators? There are also questions about whether or not Chris Watts' confessed timeline is realistic or not. There are legitimate questions regarding whether or not the very details of Chris Watts' confession are possible given the evidence that law enforcement has collected, at least the evidence that we have access to. There are questions about the evidence itself. Why was some evidence collected, but it wasn't analyzed? And perhaps the biggest question is, did Chris Watts commit this crime on his own, or is there unfinished justice in the name of the victims, Shanann, Bella Celeste, and unborn baby Nico? Was anyone else involved in this horrific crime? Let's start by identifying the big question. Was anyone else with Chris Watts, or did anyone else help him out with this crime? In order to investigate this question, we have to look at the infamous video from Neighbor Nate's security camera footage that caught Chris Watts loading his truck in the early morning hours of Monday, August 13th, 2018. This portion of the footage has been scrutinized over and over again. Do you think this is Chris Watts walking out of the garage? If you don't think it's Chris Watts, do you think it was his former mistress? One of the issues with this footage is that we know that Neighbor Nate's security camera was triggered by motion, which means something had to happen prior to this person walking out of the garage in order for the motion activated camera to be triggered. What do you see happening here? Let's play that again, going in really slow motion. We know that Chris Watts had a gas can, and he loaded the gas can, or was trying to load the gas can, into the bed of the truck. It was noticed here on this channel recently, and perhaps on other channels previously, that when Chris Watts went back into the garage to grab the gas can, it looked like He was reaching his arm out to somebody. We noted that he went into the garage, grabbed the gas can, and turned around with the gas can in less than 0.4 seconds. When we looked at security camera footage of the garage, it was noted that there wasn't any place just inside of the garage to place the gas can unless the gas can was on the ground. And in that 0.4 second span of time, and the way Chris Watts is moving, it looks like it's highly unlikely that he bent over to pick something up off the floor. There are many more issues to discuss regarding whether or not someone else had something to do with this crime, and we will get to them. But right now, let's listen to a small portion of Chris Watts' interview with Tammy Lee and FBI Special Agent Graham Coder before he was arrested. This is when they're trying to break him down and get the truth out of him. It's just before his father, Ronnie Watts, comes into the interrogation or interview room to speak with him. And let's hear what Graham Coder and Tammy Lee are saying about what they think happened that awful morning.
Like, there's nothing, just because
Chris, people can be pushed to the point where they do something that they regret. It happens every single day.
I know.
But part of what makes you a man is the guy that goes, really fucked up, but this is what I did, and I'm gonna pay for what I did, and I'm gonna tell you what I did, and I'm gonna be honest about it.
Chris, we can keep talking to you once we find these girls, okay? So once we find these girls and your wife, right? No matter how we find them, no matter what condition they're in, we can keep talking to you and you can tell us, guys, it's not as bad as it looks. And you can say, let me tell you what happened. I was never comfortable with you, Graham, or with you, Tam. I wasn't comfortable yet, but now that everything's known, now that the girls are found and Shanann's found, however they're found, it's okay. We can keep talking to you. Okay?
Chris, did Shanann do something to them?
No, I don't know.
I'm serious.
I have no clue.
No, you wouldn't know, because they didn't leave the house. Did Shanann do something to them, and then did you feel like you had to do something to Shanann?
They were at the house when I left. They were there.
They weren't there. They didn't leave. They vanished.
They were
The
there.
only way they could have left is in your truck.
There's no way, because, like, I didn't just throw them in my truck.
You know your truck has GPS,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Because you told your boss, like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm going to separation, I'm maybe staying
Yeah.
at a friend's house, whatever. You know that thing pings every 10 seconds?
Yep.
So we will know
You can't turn it
exactly
off. I don't.
where you went.
And your company's giving that.
So there, you heard Colorado Bureau of Investigations Tammy Lee say it herself. She knows that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste left in Chris Watt's work truck. The investigators know that. There's really no other way they could have left unless they left through the back, which some people keep open as a possibility, and we really cannot rule it out since this case was not completely investigated. The question I have regarding the evidence that is presented in the discovery documents is if Tammy Lee and the investigators knew or felt they knew that the family left in Chris Watt's work truck, then why did they handle the evidence that was taken from Chris Watt's work truck in the way that they ultimately did? Let me explain. In the discovery, there's a detailed description of how each vehicle was handled, both Shanann's Lexus and Chris Watt's work truck, the Ford F-250. So we're particularly interested in this part under scene investigation and vehicles. It says on Tuesday, August 21st, 2018 at 1600 hours, myself and FSK Henson arrived at a certain location to process and execute a search warrant for the two vehicles which possibly had been used to transport the deceased victims in the case. So going down to the third paragraph, after a brief discussion, it was decided that CBI would photograph, collect, and package all evidence located. CBI would also use adhesive-based rollers and collect any possible hairs, fibers, and other trace evidence from the Ford truck in an attempt to determine any recent possible occupants of the vehicle. What I find to be of particular interest is the notation that the adhesive rollers collecting evidence, also known, guys, as trace lifts, was for the purpose of detecting any possible passengers or people that were transported in that vehicle. So, given that Tammy Lee herself told us and told Chris Watts that one thing she knew was that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were transported away from their house, 2825 Saratoga Trail, in his work truck, you would think that they would want to collect all evidence and analyze all possible evidence related to Chris Watts' work truck. Wouldn't you think?
The only way they could have left is in your truck. The only way they could have left is in your truck.
Nicole Kessinger turned out to have information that I can best describe as being a bombshell.
Initially, you drew concern from me when you told me you deleted everything from Chris. I've already told you that. You understand why. There's no question as to why that might cause concern. So,
Okay, my friend. So there you heard Tammy Lee telling Chris Watts that she knows that Bella, Celeste, and his wife Shanann left their home in his work truck, and they were missing at the time. He hadn't confessed at all yet. And then we have DA Rourke describing the information Nicole Kessinger gave law enforcement as being bombshell information. And then we have CBI's agent Kevin Kobach talking to Miss Kessinger and saying, initially you drew concern for me when you deleted all of your text messages between yourself and Chris Watts, and there's no question as to why that is. So what have we established? We have established that investigators know that Chris's missing family left the home in his work truck, that Miss Kessinger is a big part of this investigation, according to DA Rourke, bombshell information. And then we have the multiple interviews with Nicole Kessinger and Kevin Kobach in which she repeatedly lies about why she deleted her messages, the text messages between herself and Chris Watts, and any information that relates to Chris Watts on her phone. Kobach comes straight out and tells her, you're shady. Considering investigators know that Miss Kessinger knows so much that she had such an intimate and close relationship with Chris Watts right up until the day his family went missing, and they also know that she has been dishonest, that she destroyed evidence in this case, this triple plus homicide case. And these investigators, they don't really know what part she may have played leading up to, during the murders, or in the attempted cover-up of the murders. They also know that Chris Watts' work truck played a pivotal part in this crime. Don't you think they would want to know exactly who was in that truck, and particularly if Miss Kessinger was in that truck with Chris Watts? And even if they were going to protect her, even if they didn't care if Kessinger was in that truck with Chris Watts, don't you think that they would want to corroborate his confession and prove scientifically, with scientific evidence, that his confession was true, that the body of his deceased wife and his alive children were in the back of his work truck on that drive from Saratoga Trail to Survey 319? Wouldn't you think they would want to know that if they had the evidence right at their fingertips? There are many shortcomings from an investigative standpoint in this case that I and many others find shocking, but this one I always find to be among the most stunning of them all. Let me read you part of this supplement from the discovery. It should be noted that on September 4th, 2018, while running through the evidence submission list with lab tech Patricia Lopez, several items were listed that CBI Lab ultimately did not wish to take possession of at that time. Those items are crossed out on the evidence submission form, which has been added to the case file. The refused items are as follows. I'm going to read the last three items. Driver's side seat cover from work truck. Trace lift from center console of Chris Watts' work truck. And trace lift from back seat driver's side of Chris Watts' work truck. The items that were not taken by CBI are transported back to the Frederick Police Department and checked into evidence. nothing further. So my friends, what that means is the trace lifts that were taken from Chris Watt's work truck for the purpose of determining if any other occupants were in that truck, that evidence was actually collected. But CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, chose to not send that evidence to their labs to analyze the evidence to determine what DNA could be found, what hair could be found, what other evidence, trace evidence could be found that would decisively identify what, if any, occupants were in Chris Watt's work truck, and they could also determine if those occupants were alive or deceased. Now, when I've brought this issue up before, people might refute it by saying, oh, well, maybe, well, hey, right there, it says they didn't wish to take it into evidence at that time, so maybe they analyze this evidence another time. But guys, we know that's not the case, because District Attorney Rourke went with the story that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were all murdered in their home at 2825 Saratoga Trail until Tammy Lee, Dave Baumhover, and Graham Coder went to interview Chris Watts in prison after he was already serving his 5 consecutive life sentences on February 18th, 2018, over 3 months after his sentencing. At that time, Chris Watts then gave them a more complete confession, informing them of what apparently really happened, that Shanann's life was taken at the home, and that sweet little Bella and Celeste made that car ride from Saratoga Trail to Survey 319, 45 minutes, alive, with their mother's body on the floorboard beneath their feet. And it wasn't until they arrived at Survey 319 did they take their last breaths. People who were involved in law enforcement, and unanimously, they believe that this trace lift in DNA evidence would have determined if Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were in fact in that truck, if Nicole Kessinger or any other party was in fact in that truck, and if those occupants were in fact alive or deceased. So the question remains, why did CBI choose to not analyze this critical evidence that had already been collected? Okay, guys, so welcome everybody, and we are going to have a guest this evening. If you can hear me, Zena, I'm going to just give it a couple minutes and I'm going to invite you on. So I'm really excited to have a special guest panelist this evening. Let's see, let me just stop that there. And just let me know, guys, is your audio okay? You'll never believe this, but I left all of my earbuds, all 3 pairs at work. Oh, wow. Molson Man tells us, Molson Man, you've got like the great deeds. Molson Man tells us that, yesterday was 4 years since Nutgate. Oh my gosh. And yeah, I mean, that reminds us that we are coming up on the 4-year anniversary of this tragedy happening. Thank you so much, DTC Primetime. So I'm just going to give a blanket welcome to everybody instead of going through all of the chat again. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, moderators. Jennifer Bradford is a new moderator. This evening is the first evening she will be moderating with us. So I am so excited about that. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And Softball Mama made her a moderator last time, and Jody is cool, also a moderator. Molson Man, I think you're still a moderator, right? I'm going to keep you on if that's okay with you. And yeah. So, and moderators, feel free to do what you need to do tonight. I already, did some weeding out of the trolls, if you know what I'm saying. So, yeah. Oops. Yeah, no. Yeah, I did mean to block that person, but hold it. Let me just make sure I didn't block anyone I did not want to block. Let me just pick up a couple. Oh, Mexi, what are you talking about? Did you see Mexi? I didn't see Mexi. I've been so busy. I haven't been able to watch much YouTube. What's going on with Mexi? I hope everything's okay. I don't know why I saw that as being possibly alarming. Let me read a couple comments here. So Honeybun says, I would just like to say that even if NK didn't commit the murders or physically had been there, she is still very guilty because she was in Chris Watts' head to get rid of his family. Well, I personally believe that there was a whole lot of psychological grooming, preparation, and manipulation, in that direction from Chris Watts' former mistress into Chris Watts' tiny little Dune head. So, I agree with you. Now, whether or not that manipulation and psychological grooming raises to the level of criminal culpability is a whole, different question. But in previous live stream, or not live streams even, but in previous videos, I've put together a case why legally I do believe that what she did rises to the level of criminal culpability. So, Pilot Pete, welcome, my friend. I think this is the first time I've seen you in chat. Pilot Pete says, hi, everyone. Warm wishes from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Oh, just love Florida. Hi, Green Eyes. Hi, Melanie LeBlanc, DTC Primetime. A Curious Rose, my girl. Joan Bradley, Kelly Searches equals answers. So A Curious Rose and Kelly Searches equals answers are two creators in the chat here. If anybody would like to drop the links to their channel, that would be awesome. And yeah, everybody, when you get a chance, please do give this video a thumbs up. It's just a way to help out the channel. So, some of you guys may have watched that video that I just played in the beginning of the live stream. The reason that I played it again was because I really, oh wow, I just saw about Mexi. Okay, I'm going to go back to it. I really think that all of those details in that video are extremely important. It's taken me, a great deal of time putting things together kind of meticulously to come to all of those conclusions in a way, that's logical, that's reasonable, and that's factual and truthful, and that really cannot be refuted. Tammy Lee said to Chris Watts, that, the only way that they could have left is in your truck. During that interview, Tammy Lee and Graham Coder made a big deal about the probability of the family leaving in Chris Watts' work truck because, they're saying, what other way could they have possibly left the house? Yet when push comes to shove, and I'm sorry, let me go back. They are initially highly suspicious of NK. What happened over the course of time where that suspicion lowered, we at this point can only guess and put together what we know to make educated guesses. But even the family was suspicious of NK. Both families were suspicious of NK. So if there was one definitive way to know if anybody else was in that work truck, it would have been to simply send those trace lifts and DNA swabs that were already collected into evidence to the CBI labs to have them tested. They already did the hard work. They gathered the evidence. All they had to do was send it off to the labs where, those lab technicians, the forensic lab techs know how to do their thing. All they had to do was test that stuff. So why was that not done? And why was the evidence that was collected from Chris Watts' work truck not tested when testing the evidence would have definitively shown if Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were in fact in the back of his work truck? And if they were, it would have definitively shown if they were alive or deceased. Guys, it makes absolutely no sense. Exactly, Kurt Stacy. Why? Why not? Why not? Right? So, yeah. So anyway, the information that was put together in that video that points out some of the issues and discrepancies, I guess, in the case analysis as far as the official investigation went, I think that those are all very critical points that I think we need to bring to light. We need to continue to talk about. And those points made in that video need more attention by official investigators, not just us on YouTube, right? So let me just see really quick what you guys were saying about Mexi here, and then I'm going to welcome Zena on. I'm so excited to have Zena on. So you were saying that, all right, Mexi, I've got to go back and watch that. So, I don't know if anybody, you're good at this. Could you grab Mexi's link to his channel and drop it in chat if you don't mind? So Mexi is another creator. He does a lot of paranormal investigations. With paranormal channels, I personally, I'm just going to be honest, find them to be hit or miss. Mexi, I find to be hit like every time. So, okay. So DTC Primetime says, awesome. Did y'all hear what I heard? Chris did not kill Bella. Shook. Dang. How did he come to that conclusion? Oh my gosh. I really need to go watch that. Everybody definitely go over and watch Mexi's channel, but I want to know more right now. So Curious Rose, my girl, my friend, my love, says Mexi did a great watch show. Very alarming. Oh my goodness. Now, guys, was this of a paranormal investigation analysis that Mexi did, or was it something different? Wow. So 12th Man says, I don't understand how CW could strangle his wife and she not scratch him, pull his hair, or have DNA under his fingernails at all. That's a really great question, 12th Man, and we've discussed that on this channel a little bit. I know one of my awesome moderators, Joan Bradley, is convinced, and I think, if things went down in this way, this is how it would have to be as well, that, Chris Watts approached Shanann while she was sleeping. Yeah. Oh. Huh. So everybody's talking up that Mexi recent, I think it was a live stream. So definitely go check it out. I'll be checking it out with you. Thank you for bringing that up, DTC Primetime. That's super awesome. So, okay, I am going to welcome a guest. So, Zena, I'm going to bring you up now, just so you know. So, you're going to be like on camera and all that stuff, just FYI.
Okay.
So, everybody, please welcome our friend Zena, friend to the channel. I've been emailing and texting and communicating back and forth with Zena. She's very knowledgeable about the case and has some very interesting ideas. She also had shared with me that her husband is in law enforcement. And if you don't mind, Zena, you can speak a little more to that. And as far as I know from Zena, he also believes that things are a little screwy in this case. What do you say, Zena?
Yep. Well, let me introduce myself as a mental health professional. My husband has been in law enforcement for
by the way,
years.
Claps all around. Good. Yeah.
I've done a lot of assessments for danger to self and others. And that's a very specialized field to be in. Mm-hmm. So the things that you're looking for danger to self and others, I won't get into that right now, but we can go back to that.
So you're assessing if people are at high risk to harming themselves or another person.
Yeah.
Wow,
so
that's interesting.
Certain things that you look for. A lot of it is in the interview. You got to interview the person face to face. You got to ask some specific questions. You're going to talk to the people that have been around this person recently and find out, what's going on. But the only reason I really bring it up is, and I don't know how much you want me to assert my opinion here.
As much as you want. That's why you're here.
I don't think that I have the answers in any situation. Certainly not in the Watts case. My assessment is that we pretty much don't have any of the answers. I don't think anything that Chris or NK has ever said has any bearing in reality. I think that they are pathological liars and that they confabulate. And people that confabulate are really good at making their story fit the information, you
Now,
know.
can you tell us, what does fabulate mean?
Oh, confabulating?
Mm-hmm.
Just making stuff up on the fly,
Yeah.
just off the top of your head. So people that are pathological liars, they often don't know what they're gonna say. Things just come flying out of their mouth, and whatever it is, they stick to it. And they're just like, "That's my story, and I'm sticking to it." But then 5 minutes later, they might change their story, and we've all been around pathological liars, but they're
Sure.
masters of gaslighting, masters of confabulating, and they're really hard to keep up with. Um, I don't want to say they're smart, because if they were smart, they'd be smart enough to tell the truth.
Right. They'd be smart enough to make their reality work in the realm of truthfulness, right?
Right. But
And
they're manipulative, and they're controlling. And
mm,
when people want to control somebody else, it's because they can't control themselves. They don't have control in their own life, so they try to control somebody else's life. Ultimately, you know, the ultimate act of controlling somebody else's life is murdering them.
Zena, that's also interesting. I just want to read a couple comments related to what you're saying right now. So Elizabeth Bridges says, like Chris's childhood trip to China, right? How he tells the investigators about that. He's all proud of it. Like, I lied about going to China when I was in grade school, and my teacher believed it, hook, line, and sinker, right?
Good one. Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot all about that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was weird, I thought. I was like, why would you be
Very,
telling them that right now if you want them to believe what you're saying? Or I was
very
like,
weird.
yeah,
Yeah.
or is he just playing around with them, you know?
Right.
And then DTC Primetime says, especially when they are fishing for info from an inside track, Kobach. I think she's referring to NK there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
let me just plug this right into when the investigators went to see Chris in Wisconsin to ask him about, specifically, they wanted to find out about the shadows that were under the truck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much, after they say hello, they start out the interview saying that they wanted to get more information, and they are kind of open-ended, and he very specifically says, "Well, what information is it that you have that you want to ask me about?" And I'm
Right.
summarizing, of course, but
Sure.
they quickly disclose that there's these shadows under the pickup truck that people are questioning on social media, and that's what they're there for, is to ask him what those shadows were. So already they've spilt the tea.
Right.
Already
Right.
they've given him all the information that he needs to come up with a story to explain that they're shadows. If they would have left it wide open and just said, "There's a lot of information that is missing,"
Right.
and just left it wide open, he would not have any idea where to start his lies.
Exactly. And so that's a good place for me to pick up to introduce kind of some things that you and I have been talking about. So, wait, really quickly, DTC Primetime says, I have a theory about that. If I may ask, Kelly, absolutely you may. Do you want to come up on panel, DTC, or do you just want to type it in chat? Either way, you're always an approved panelist, so that's good. So, when Zena and I were talking earlier, we were discussing the fact that both Zena and I, picked up on these tells when in both Chris Watts' former mistress and Chris Watts himself and Dunderhead himself, when they're lying, they'll start to give, an answer, and then they'll just kind of trail off. And in my opinion, the trailing off of their response is sort of uncomfortable. And I think it almost plays on the investigators, like, sub-training like instincts to like stop that discomfort by filling it in with more talk, ask another question, or give them some more information. And it seems to work very well for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what I just asked DTC Primetime a question. So let me just follow up with her before we move on. Yeah, so the shadows, thanks to AD, just saying he has been on the side. Yes. So yeah, and I've said it like, yeah, if you want to come up DTC Primetime, just let me know if you do. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in chat in case you do want to come up. Then I'll just see you backstage, and I'll let you up when it's like, the right time. I've always maintained, and I just completely believe this, that the primary reason, or the catalyst that got their butts moving, Tammy Lee, Graham Coder, and Baumhover, that got them up to Dodge Correctional Facility was when AD started talking about those shadows that he saw under the truck, which meant that there was no way that the children were murdered at the house, that they had to have been alive if they were running around his work truck.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah,
I'm sorry to
please.
interrupt you, but I have so much respect for AD, and I really, really think he's awesome, and he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
And I just watched a live with him and Combat Veteran last night,
Mm-hmm.
and they agree to disagree. So respectfully,
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with AD about the children being alive. My
Yeah.
theory has developed that Chris said that the children came back from having their lives snuffed out the first time. Yes, we all know it's
Right.
possible that can happen, but he needed to come up with information of what those shadows were. My
Right.
theory is that those shadows were NK in him. That's
Okay. Yeah.
so
All right.
I don't know, but
Hmm.
I don't believe that the children were alive in the truck. I don't believe that they were murdered out at
Mm-hmm.
the Survey location.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information that I could point to for that, but just for the sake of staying focused, I
Yeah.
appreciate that they may have been, and that those shadows may be them. But like I had said to you earlier, and I think people will really like to hear this,
Mm-hmm.
in law enforcement, you never believe what a suspect tells you. Never, ever, ever.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. Okay.
You know that suspects are going to lie, and they're always going to change their story. Always.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, we all know that Chris has had 3 different confessions so far.
Yep.
It's tragic. Could we jump over to the mascara?
Yeah, we can jump over to the mascara. And wait, DCC Primetime sitting backstage. Let me just welcome her on, and then
Sure.
when there's a good time, she'll ask her question. But
Sure.
hey, DTC Primetime, how are you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Zena. I'm just
Hey.
going to hang out in the background for now. Thank you so
Okay,
much for
sounds
allowing me.
good. Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Okay, very good. Okay. All right, go ahead, Zena. Go right ahead, girl.
With mascara.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm real curious about the mascara that Chris describes at least 3 different occasions.
Yeah.
In a real zombie kind of dramatic, she had
Mm-hmm.
mascara running down her face. She was crying. I am curious if there's anywhere in the discovery that says that there was mascara on her face.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of woman that Shanann was, and the kind of woman that most of us are.
Yeah.
If we're getting home at 2 a.m. from a long flight, the first thing we're going to do is wash our face.
Yeah, totally.
So another theory that I've had about the event, the horrible, tragic event, is that it was a blitz attack right when she
Mm-hmm.
walked in the door.
Yeah.
If there is mascara on her face, like he says there was, to me that confirms that belief. Um, but
Yeah.
also the lack of wounds on him, or
Mm-hmm.
her scratching him, the lack of anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
There is the distinct possibility that she was asleep when the
Yeah.
attack happened. There's also a possibility, and I've heard people talk about this, but I don't know very much about it, um, that she was knocked out with chloroform, right?
Yeah.
I think I've heard you talk about it once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, I know that people have that as a theory. Just I'm going to come right back to the chloroform. I do want to let you know that we had talked about this before. I did, search and scour the discovery for the mentioning of mascara. Now, when I just do a really quick search into that 1960 pages of discovery, these are the 3 results that are yielded. And these results are all in the context of, one of the investigators narrating the story that Chris Watts told them. And I've looked like on a more thorough basis for any mentionings of mascara. I've looked in the autopsy reports, and I feel pretty darn confident that these are the only 3 mentionings of mascara on her face in the discovery. So, when Chris Watts does talk about that, because he mentions it a few times, and I guess it's just the way that he says it, I personally really did believe that, he had that image burned in his mind.
I
And,
agree.
was it at the moment when he claimed it was or not? We just don't know.
Well, one of my big questions is the amount of time from 1:48 a.m. when she walked in the
Mhm.
door until, I don't know the exact time, when you start getting video from Nate
Yes.
next door, sometime after 5.
And I pulled all that info, the health app info and the parts of the interviews that we were talking about, so we can definitely review all of that too.
My point is that 3 hours is a
Oh yeah.
very long time that
Mm-hmm.
is unaccounted for. The only things that Chris say that happened during that time, she climbed into bed, they got busy, um, they slept, and then he woke her up and said, "Let's break up," and then the mascara came down her face. Again, that would be her going to sleep without washing her face, which that
Right. I just
that's
don't
just
see Shanann is doing. I mean, that's anecdotal. It's just my
yeah,
opinion,
yeah,
but yeah.
yeah. I mean, when you come off of a plane, this was before COVID,
Oh, you feel
that
so gross.
you feel so filthy with
Yeah.
all of the germs getting recycled through the air. Um, yeah, I just have no doubt that, she would have cleaned herself up.
Yeah.
Um, but
No,
but
oh, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, Kurt Stacy says to you, yes, Ina, always thought it was all pre-planned. And hi, Kurt Stacy, by the way. She walked into a death trap the minute she walked into the house. He was up on panel a couple live streams ago, and I think he said that at that time too. So Kurt Stacy agrees with you on that. I just wanted to read that to you.
Well, and I really appreciate that affirmation, because when I hear it back from him and I see it in print,
Mm-hmm.
it really hits home. Yeah, like my instinct
Yeah.
just says, yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean, a lot of us figuring things out is instinct, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Our
Absolutely. I
spidey.
just I just want to adjust this really quickly. 12th Man says, had even heard or read somewhere that there was an open CPS case open on SW for medical abuse of the girls. We talked about this in a live stream recently, and guess what? I made a video about it. It was about, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago. And my opinion, based on the evidence that's been put forth, all the mentionings of, a social worker or CPS in the discovery, I really broke it down in that video. Again, it was about 2 weeks ago. I can't remember exactly what I called it, but I really, truly, I don't believe that there was an open CPS case
No,
on Shanann.
no,
After looking at all the evidence, I just want to answer that question for you, 12th
yeah,
Man. I don't see it. I think that, I do think, when we watch those videos, I've said before, I think Shanann has great attributes. I also see some behavior that, especially as an applied behavioral analyst and an educator who works with all kinds of children, that I find a little hard to stomach. And I've talked about the reasons why. I don't want to go really deep into it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But still, with all that being said, I do not believe that there was a CPS case on Shanann, and that is based on scrutinizing that evidence. Because if I could have concluded that there was, I would have been the first person to talk about it, because I think it's an important talking point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. My personal opinion is that it's one of the ways to muddy the water,
Yes.
and just pointing the finger at Shanann and bringing up anything possible. Like, for instance, people have liked to say that she was a scammer, that she had that history with the Dirty South, and that, she had that giant house when she was 25.
Right.
She divorced an attorney. Remember, her first husband was an attorney.
That's right. Yeah.
And I forget how old she was when they divorced. Was she 22, 23?
Yeah, something like that, early 20s.
And that might have been a dream house that they were building together that then became her house. And she didn't
there was
want
no
to,
mention of that.
Right, that she didn't want to identify it as anything to do with him. I know that she said that was her dream house that she built, and that was her goal.
Yeah.
But, she divorced an attorney, so she probably got some good money from that. Just that whole thing.
He was just in law. I believe when they were together, he was just in law school, or he was just a very budding attorney. I don't know if I believe I'd heard it described as they were living in something akin to a trailer. I didn't feel, but I might be wrong, but I didn't feel like there was a lot of money there. There wasn't
right. I do have a similar recollection that she helped him get through law school, but during a divorce, she might have had alimony if she was helping foot the bill to get him through law school. So she might have had a lot of coming in from Dirty South, and then some money coming in from the ex-husband. But whatever it was, I don't think any scandals from Dirty South are what got her and her family in such a heinous situation.
No, I don't either. There's nothing to substantiate that.
Right.
And then also, listen, this is the way I look at it. If she was trying to leave her life in North Carolina to the point where she was like running from something, where she was trying to hide from something because something so serious happened that could actually like end up in her murder, why would she be on Facebook Live every day,
Absolutely.
putting so much personal information out there,
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just let's do this. How about, here's our schedule. Let me catch DTC primetime, see what's up with my girl. And then, Zena, I'm going to play that portion of the interview that you and I were talking about. And then we'll compare it. We'll also look at the health app data and the activity that was going on during that time that we were talking about, between when Shanann got home and when we first see glimmers of Nate's security camera footage. How's that sound?
Great.
Awesome. So DTC, what's up, girl? Oh, I'm going to unmute you. Let's see. Oh, all right. DTC. Are you there, DTC?
It says it has the little mic muted on my screen.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to unmute it, but maybe we're doing it at the same time. Oh, I think she's got to unmute it. DTC, you let us know when you're ready to come up, hon.
Do you need to take me down to have her?
Nope, definitely not. Okay. It says, can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves. She has kids.
Sorry.
Oh, there she is. I thought you might be with Genevieve. Okay.
Kelly, you nailed it. Yes. I was trying, they're playing with their little dolls in my office.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I have so much to say. But yes, thank you, Zena, for your expertise. I have so many questions for you, but one thing at a time. I'm overwhelmed here.
I know. That's how it is with it.
It is overwhelming.
So first of all, I know when you were talking about the mascara, Kelly,
Uh-huh.
I've got to say it's in the sheets. literally.
That's
and
right.
figuratively.
We got to go over that sheet stuff whenever you're ready, girl. Whenever you're ready. I've got it ready to go any old time.
Yes, let's definitely do that if there's time.
Sure.
Just because I have so many questions and I know that it's not something that one person can look at and discern for themselves. I think it's a crowdsource moment.
Yeah.
So we're going to crowd solve this.
We're going to crowd solve it.
I love it. But regarding the CPS case, no, it's just a bunch of no.
Yeah.
If CPS would have ever walked into that house, they would have walked right back out and closed the case. Come on.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. Anybody who
Totally.
knows actual CPS, yeah.
Right. I feel ya.
I mean, they're very busy and they have like actual cases of abuse to investigate. So
Right. That's right.
for
That's
that to
right.
even be a thing is just no. And yes, I did see your video on that, Kelly. Great job, by the way.
Thank you.
But it's something that infuriates me. Shanann
Yeah.
was an excellent mother. She was like a goals mom. And yeah, she did some things that I don't agree with personally,
Mm-hmm.
but she did many things that I strive to. So I'm not going to say she was investigated by CPS because there's no evidence of that. Like in
No,
reality.
there's none. And I actually, guys, I was just putting together a video and then, I paused to get ready for this live stream. There's this one video, that people will point to and they'll say like, oh, it's where little Cece. And by the way, hi, Truth and Transparency. I don't know if you're still out there. And hey, Larry, how are you doing? Point of order. Good to see y'all. Welcome, welcome. It's where little Celeste, she smacks herself on the head. It starts out when she's biting Chris's wrist. She's eating a bowl of cereal. And then she smacks herself on the head and Shanann's like, oh my God, this kid. And, she's pointing to her wrist and she's saying like, boo boo. And people, have a lot of people, I've heard this time and time again, point to that and they say, see, she has a bruise on her wrist because, Shanann abused her. But what I learned recently through doing research is that video was taken the day after the girls got out of the hospital from having their adenoids removed. So I'm sure she had like an IV or something like in her wrist. They were both put under sedation. Shanann mentions that. And I think that is what the bruise is from, So there's all of these little debunks on the way to and everything in this case. But regarding the possibility of CPS, that's a big debunkable,
And Kelly, I just love research and I love your
know
research.
You do.
And it's just so refreshing to see you put this out there on your channel. So thank you so much.
Thanks, girl.
For
Thanks.
doing that. There's so many people that just want to say anything just because they heard it on another channel with no substantiating evidence.
Exactly.
And here you come with the evidence and bravo.
Yeah. Thank
bravo.
you, girl. Thank you. And
So
Kurt
proud of
Stacey
you.
just asked, how do you see get up on this panel? I will open it up after a while. There were some things, very specifically that Zena and I wanted to discuss. So when we get through that, Kurt Stacey and anybody else jonesing to get up on panel, we can open up at that point. How's that sound? Yeah. Okay. Like I'm expecting a response like, yeah,
Yeah.
And did you have a specific question or comment or something? Okay, go for it.
I did have a question for Zena. Sorry, I just had so many thoughts.
Oh, that's all right.
On the interim. But I know from my research into this case, Mommy Ramblings had put up the text messages between Kobach and NK.
Oh, I have those too.
If you have those, oh my gosh,
Yep.
if you could dig those out, I was trying to dig them out.
I'll dig them right now. Yeah, I got them. I got them, girl. Go ahead. They're weird.
But
they're weird.
They're weird and they were redacted. And my theory, and if you could possibly speak to this, Zena, I would appreciate that. But my theory is that those were redacted because she was fishing for evidence about Trent Bolte.
That's right.
I feel like his name is. And he gave it to her. Like there were some things about the timeline that lined up. Like you don't say that.
I'm going to bring him up in a minute here. Do you know what we're talking about, Zena?
Oh, no, I think she fell off.
Okay. All right. She'll be back up here. Let me just come back to come back to StreamYard. Yep, I'm going to bring those up. I have everything saved. That was another one of my videos in progress. Guys, when I say I have like 20 videos in production, I'm not kidding. Like you mentioned, I'm like, ding, ding, ding. I've got that.
I got that.
Yeah. Okay. So here, Zena's coming back up, or I already made a video about that. All right. Welcome
I
back, Zena,
totally
darling.
lost you guys. I'm sorry
It
about that.
happens.
And
That's okay.
it was kind of funny. Anyway, I missed your theory.
I'm
What was
so
your
sorry,
theory?
Zena. So my question was regarding NK the mistress fishing for information in order to bolster or kind of plump up her story as the days went on between her first interview and her final interview.
Mhm.
We look at the text messages between Kobach and NK that were redacted from
Oh,
the
here,
discovery files.
I got them.
Why would
And
they be redacted? That's insane.
well,
I
my
got 'em.
theory, my theory, and tell me guys in chat, I know you guys are OGs on this case, and Zena, my theory is that he divulged too much about the ongoing investigation that it had to be redacted.
I'm bringing it up now.
Wow.
Let me know what you guys think.
Yeah.
It's just something I've had in the back of my mind for, years now, and I just wanted to get some feedback on that.
What do you think about that, Zena? What do you think she was successful? Okay, so let me ask you this. Here's another way to kind of ask it too. We've both, agreed that Chris Watts and NK were kind of working the investigators. Do you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that she was successful in that? And do you think that she did successfully obtain information that ultimately helped to get her off the hook?
I definitely think so. I hate to give her any credit for being intelligent because I don't think
Well,
she's
yeah.
intelligent,
Mhm.
but she is manipulative and conniving. She's
Yeah.
as conniving as they get. And yeah, she was running circles around Kobach in the interview. I mean, he just kind of gave up. I remember when her father, of course, we all remember when her father said, Nick, wait,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
leading. Nick was supposed to be leading. He's the one leading the interview, but he just let her run with it. And
Yeah.
and you could always make an argument that that was his tactic, but no, I think
Doesn't feel that way, does it?
I think he just was in over his head, maybe beyond his level of expertise. No disrespect. I'm sure he's a fantastic professional, but
Yeah.
maybe he was in over his head. And it, we have to admit, she was a young, hot woman, and
Yeah.
any male is going to get distracted by that.
Yeah. Couple things here.
Yes.
Bella Furla, I'm so sorry if I'm not saying your name right, but welcome. Nice to have you here in chat. You say you believe that NK was granted immunity. Just one thing to that point, I recently discovered while I was doing my deep dive into NK for the 50th time that I've mentioned this in a couple other live streams. There was one, when they first started talking about Kessinger in the discovery, the information was gathered or reported out. I'm not sure which way it would go on this certain form. It was the only time that they used this form in the entire discovery. So I just noticed that it was a FBI supplemental form. And when I looked at other cases where the FBI had used that form, in a lot of scenarios, the information was at some point classified, or if it wasn't classified, it was information that was, had a level of privacy where it could have gone in that direction. That's just me, finding that information, saying that to you. But what I do know is that, right in the middle of the page, when there's a field to give details about the interview with Chris Watts' former mistress, it states in all capital letters, protected identity. And I've shown this, in other videos and other live streams. And honestly, I didn't even notice that until a few weeks, like maybe a month or two ago. I don't know when it was, rather recently in the grand
Yes.
scheme of things. So I don't really know much more about that, but that was the most conclusive piece of evidence I personally was able to find, about the possibility of her identity actually being protected.
And just for a little context there, that was from her Majestic Park interview on the 15th, the same
That's
time he
correct.
was
Yep.
confessing, essentially.
Yep.
So, yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
who was confessing at Majestic Park?
No, this was the interview that Nicole gave at Majestic Park with her
Here, I'll
dog
bring
and
it
her
up.
dad.
Right.
And this was simultaneously while Chris Watts was confessing
Gotcha.
to the
Yeah.
murder of Shanann. Not the girls, but the murder of Shanann
Right.
That's
on the
right.
15th. So just for a bit of context, yes, I've noticed that. And it definitely stood out to me. It's like the only thing on the page, Kelly.
Yeah,
Protect
here.
identity.
I'm going to show you right here. So, I've always got it in my back pocket. Here we go. All right. Yeah. So there, right here, let me make it all a little bit bigger and align it. I just was at the last minute here pulling it up. So, whoops. Okay, so let me go down a little bit. So yes, so it's recorded interview of Nicole Kessinger, da 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 da. Now see, let me just go up a little bit. So when you look at this upper left-hand corner, it gives you the form number that the information is recorded on. So it's FD 1087 revision May 8th, 2010. If anybody else would like to research that and tell me what you find, that would be great because there's just so much. And then, whoops, I went a little too far. So it says recorded interview of Nicole Kessinger. Oh, protect identity. And all capital letters in these little brackets right here on August 15th, 2018. So it says recorded interview Nicole Kessinger collected on 8/15/2018 at a certain time by a certain person. And then it says surveillance starts 8/15/2018. Surveillance ends 8/15/2018. So that's what I got for you. That's all I know about it. I can't really say anything further because I don't know. I just know I found that.
That is bizarre.
Yeah.
It is
So,
bizarre.
thank you. Yeah.
It's definitely bizarre, and it definitely lends to the theory that she had called in the tip line and set this up, that she had some
Right.
bombshell evidence to give law enforcement.
That's right. How else would they establish that they need to protect her identity? You don't just go and to interview a witness and say, oh, we're going to protect their identity. It's like a formal process from what I understand. Unfortunately, I don't know that much about it, but I guess that's just, I'm talking it out.
You're accurate with that. And remember,
thank you, Holly. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry, Zena.
I think it's really important for all of us to remember that Paula from Plunder had to fight tooth and nail for 3 years to get that video.
That's right.
They were not going to give that video. Like, they kept giving her the
and Zena's friends with Paula, so she can speak to this. For people that don't believe that, it's true.
Not exactly friends.
You're friendly.
I'm affiliated with her.
There you go. Affiliated. That's better. Okay.
She sees.
She is amazing.
She's wonderful.
Plunder.
I just made you blush. I'm sorry. We're such big fans of Plunder around here.
Oh, me too. I feel so just entitled and joyful to be affiliated with her at all.
Yeah. Molson Man says Paul is a rock star. I agree, Molson Man.
Isn't she? So they kept giving out the video with it was the one video, the one where she's got the high ponytail and you kind of see her from behind with her white purse. And they would dub other interviews over that.
That's right.
That was crazy.
Yep.
Oh. The August 23rd interview. Yes.
That's right.
But she fought tooth and nail to get that August 16th interview, the video, which she knew there was a video recorded. And she just kept going like with a dog with a bone. It was amazing.
That's right.
She spent a lot of time and money pursuing them and getting that.
She did.
It is amazing that she got it. And then for all of us to see, once you see her movements and her looking at the camera
That's right.
and her hitting the table and her squeezing the water bottle and her holding up her hand to show how tall each girl was.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the first thing that struck out to me. She
And
held her
Paula, I
hand
just want to point out, Paula, all the love we have for you in chat here. I can't even like pin all of these, but big fans of Plunder here. Woohoo! Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
And I'm forgetting who it was, if it was AD or you guys might remember, who spotted in the video when the detective asks her specifically, can you say Shanann's name? And she says,
Oh
like,
yeah.
she says Shanann.
And like she's strangling her. Yeah, that's right.
Right, right.
Here, I'm dropping
Was that Armchair Detective or was that someone else? I think it was
up.
Armchair Detective.
With the hands going
I
like
put-
in a
I put that-
strangling motion.
I
Yeah.
put that video out too.
I
I
think
don't know
that
if somebody else did, but yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
I didn't see it on AD's channel. I saw it somewhere else first, but I can't remember first. It
Oh.
was probably Kelly.
Yeah, I do have that video. I'm telling you right now. Plunder, I just dropped the link in chat. I would imagine that most of you are subscribers. If you're not, you must go run and subscribe. So it would, oh, okay. So Karen G says literally everyone noticed it. It was on a ton of channels. Yeah, I didn't see it on another channel. I saw it, noticed it while watching it. And while I was talking to, was it one of my I don't know, somebody I was emailing with, and we were like, oh yeah, that's definitely a thing. So if, and I know it is on other channels, if my opinion is if a bunch of people have observed this, then like it exists. It's not just one person projecting, what they want to see or whatever, but I
It's
don't know.
everybody that's looking,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Everybody
Karen
that's
G says, I
looking.
think everyone saw it. Yeah, that's right. So that's right. Now, really quickly, I have these NK texts with NK and Kobach up. Now, bear with me, guys, because I wasn't planning on presenting this, so it's in really rough form. But I will tell you that Kobach is in blue. He says, sure, I'll help you any way I can. I would like to talk to you about what you remember, and then I'm not sure. Trails off. Again, remember, this is very rough. I wasn't planning on presenting this today. So NK's in white. She says, thank you so much for helping me with everything. Like, and you're like, team's willingness to like keep things quiet for me so I can heal. And your team's willingness to keep things quiet for me so I can heal. What?
She is horrible. When this case first broke, I thought she was an innocent bystander. That was the summer that it broke. And once I started paying attention to the case, because honestly, I couldn't stomach it. I could not stomach the case.
Zena, that's exactly what happened with me. I heard about it. I've always been a big true crime fan, and this was so upsetting to me. It wasn't until like 9 months later I came back to it. I was literally nauseated by it.
Oh, horrible.
Yeah.
Well, and it's just not. It does not add up. It's not at all what they say it is. It's not.
Let me just read. I know it's not. I agree with you. Let me just read through these really quick. And John McSmith, I'm glad you're here. We were all looking for you, John. We were really worried that you weren't here. So it's nice to see you, friend. So, okay. So Kobach says, are you willing to share details with me of where you are going? Tuesday at 1 p.m. at my office in Lakewood, if that works. So then she says, not really over text or recording, because, she's running the show. And again, I wasn't planning on presenting these, so these are really rough. Oh, not really over a text or recording, but if you guys will provide me with a private, I don't know, because she's calling the shots. Okay, here's the full thing. Not really over a text or recording, but if you guys will provide me with a private place, I will be more than willing to speak about the new things I am building in my life. Because that's really the center of it all, Nicole. Jesus. And you know what? I thought, thank you for the info. Why did I sign that paperwork if you guys already had the info? Not upset by any means, just confused. Did you guys get all of my texts going forward? Do you guys get all of my texts going forward as well? Boo.
So,
wait, I thought I had more here. I don't know. You know what, DTC, I'm gonna have to find the ones that you were referring to, and we'll look at them again because I don't want to keep searching. But this is a different set of texts between her and Kobach. Kobach says, "Okay, congrats on the new job. Are you willing to share details with me of where you are going?" And then he, specifies a time apparently when they can meet. And this is just the same over and over again. Thank you so much for helping me with everything and your team's willingness to keep things quiet for me so I can heal. Ugh.
Zena, how histrionic is this? I'm
I was,
sorry.
I was going to say the narcissism this woman has is unreal. When she's going on and on talking about her freaking macros and Chris's macros, and we have,
I know.
deceased people, and she's trying to distract with this ludicrous information, and she's just going on and on about how she's so good at counting macros and he needed her help. And I literally thought she was going to say, hey, well, since he's in prison and I'm free, I could help you with your macros, detective.
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
And
I love
that's what
in the
she was
prison
thinking.
interview too. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go
Zena,
ahead.
I
I was just going to segue into the prison interview. So you say what you were going to say, girl. Yep.
I
Great
love in
minds.
the prison interview where he says, well, since I'm in here and she's on the outside, I feel like
Right.
that's pretty telling. Like, of course she's on the outside if she's an innocent bystander. Why would you say that in those terms if it wasn't relevant to her participation?
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
Yeah. I hear ya. So listen, I'm going to play a portion of the Chris Watts interview when he was in Dodge Correctional Facility that Zena and I were talking about earlier. And this is not a portion of the audio that I myself or anybody that helps me out has worked out. So we're going to be listening to the Denver 7 audio, which isn't the best, but it's just a short portion. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Yeah. Here we go. All right. So I'm just guesstimating where I ought to be starting this, right around 1:10, because I have the whole thing memorized. Just kidding. Okay. Oh, here we go.
So you put Shanann in the truck, and then you put the two girls in the truck? Were they just sitting in their car seats, or I guess they didn't probably have car seats in your truck, did they?
No, they was sitting in the back with in that bench seat.
So Shanann was back there too?
She was on the floor.
What did they say about Shanann being on the floor?
Mommy, okay?
What'd you tell them?
She'll be fine.
Did you have their stuff with them, with their toys and their blankets and stuff?
They had something with them that they carried. One of them, I think, at CC and Bella had like a blanket or something with them, like a pink blanket. Or
what about the dog? I think one of them had a dog, right? The top dog.
Yeah, one of them had like a little barking dog.
Was that with you too? Do you know?
I think it was. Try to. It's hard to remember. Like if they had like the big blanket, small blanket.
So, I think I saw on the video that you put a gas can or something in the back of your truck. Is that right? Did you have different plans when you put that in there?
I don't know what was going through my head. I felt like maybe I could just get rid of myself at the same time if I was doing all this, honestly.
Yeah.
Did you think about that?
What'd you think about that?
I didn't feel like I deserved to live after what had happened.
Was there any thought to the whole family going away that day, to include you?
After everything had happened, that's a definite thought.
Yeah. See, it's interesting to me. We had all kind of wondered if there was a point when you were all together and if you were all going to pass together. That to me makes sense, because that's, even though it sounds crazy, that's what a family man does, right?
Family man doesn't do what he did.
No, I know. I guess what I mean is, it seems like you guys were going to be together forever in that way. Is that maybe what's going through your head?
Honestly, I just felt like I didn't deserve to live.
Yeah.
And it was like, whatever judgment I was going to come upon myself, I just didn't deserve to be on this earth anymore. What happened?
Wait a minute. Oh, wait, hold it.
To what?
I'm sorry, I'm at the wrong place, because when I'm looking at the transcription of the video, it gives me like just raw minutes, not minutes with hours. So I want to start at 110 minutes. So that's 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. Okay, let me hop forward. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, here
He
we
was
go.
lying. He was never
Oh,
going to
yeah.
kill himself.
No, oh, hell no.
Would I be open to it? I'm like, if it could end, send it.
I know there was like, wasn't her phone found on the couch or between the couch cushions? Like, did you plant all that
I
stuff?
just threw it in there.
You just threw it in there?
I
Why did you do that?
I don't know what was going on that morning. Like, even like, her watch, her phone, like, if I was actually like, if I'd planned this, I would probably just take it out to the field or something, But,
What about her ring and stuff? What were you thinking about that?
It's like, maybe she actually really wanted the divorce. Maybe she didn't want to fix it. Just put it there on the counter.
She took it off? Or did you take it off?
I took it off.
Okay. Oh, so that
How
would
does
look.
that make sense, Kelly? I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, hold it. What's that, honey?
She's asking, was she looking just can you replay that like 5 seconds?
Yeah, of course.
Jamie Lee is asking him a question about the ring, and it's leading to the fact that she wanted a divorce, but he took it off. Like, how does that make any sense?
Right, and they called them out on none of that. They called him out on none of this. Here you go.
Couch cushions. Like, did you plant all that
I
stuff?
just threw it in there.
You just threw it in there?
I
Why did you do that?
I don't know what was going on that morning. Like, even like, her watch, her phone, like, if I was actually like, if I'd planned this, I would probably just take it out to the field or something, But,
What about her ring and stuff? What were you thinking about that?
It's like, maybe she actually really wanted the divorce. Maybe she didn't want to fix it. Just put it there on the counter.
She took it off? Or did you take it off?
I took it off.
Oh, yeah, girl. I mean, right there is proof that he is just giving answers to conform to what it is he believes that they're looking for. That was a really great catch. And I also just want to point out that Ara asked, and hi, Valjean, welcome, by the way, says Ara and Valjean have both pointed out his distancing language. Zena, what do you think about that? Valjean says, he also says those kids, he seems to distance himself all the time. I definitely hear that. Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
what it was that Kurt just said, I totally agreed with too. Kurt made a couple of comments back. But yeah, his speech pattern, not only does he distance himself, but like we've all noticed so many times, he doesn't know the details about what happened.
You're right. He doesn't. No.
And he does have a photographic memory. He remembers.
That's right. Yeah, Ara pointed that out too, that how his coworkers and others talk about him and his, keen memory and sense of recall. Yet here he's really like fumbling over the details. Now, just to answer Green Eyes and Edward, you both asked, according to him, yes, he took the ring off after he killed her. How disgusting, right? I know. It's like, ugh, right?
And how does that fit the narrative that she wanted to leave him?
I mean, good
Oh
call,
my gosh.
DCT. I mean, it just goes to show that they
Where's
are
the
just
point?
they're just eating up his lies. They're like,
So
bring it on,
disgusting.
bitch. Give me more lies. Give me more lies. We are here for your lies. Like, what the heck? Here, let me keep playing this here. I know.
Oh, so that would look like she was saying, I want a divorce. I'm leaving it here when I'm taken off. I see.
So
the phone and her watch and the couch, was that morning before you left to go to service? Okay.
That's, I think, Nicole's.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait, hold it. We'll go. Karen G, really great point. He has no reason to tell them anything. So it's like, yes. I mean, and it's so clear to all of us that he is just, like you just said, oh, Karen, yes. He's telling them what he knows that they want to hear to make them go away. Exactly.
He has one reason.
NK.
Mm-hmm.
Ara
Really good
says,
point.
question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, you there, my ladies? Oh,
Yes.
Zena.
No, I'm
Okay, there you
Zena,
go.
go ahead. Yes. I mean, it's just so plainly obvious to me. This whole interview
Absolutely.
is to protect NK. As Kelly showed in that FBI transcript that was
Yeah.
plain, and it's so irritating to me.
Oh,
But I don't know how it works. So
Yes, there you go. Right there. Oh, you know what? The audio is getting a little like funky on my end. See, wait, hold it. Zena, can you say something, honey? I don't know. Can you guys
I
in
can
chat?
say something.
Okay, there you go. I can hear you now. Your audio to me was going in and out. DTC Primetime, could you hear her okay?
not really, Kelly.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So Zena, your audio was going in and out. You
Oh, it was.
might want to hop out and come back in.
Okay, but that might be hard.
Okay.
Oh no,
I'll
she's
do it.
good now.
No,
She's good.
you're good now. No,
Okay.
you're good now. You're good now. It's okay. You're good.
Can I jump in with a question that
Please.
it's just been eating at me these last few days, and I'm really curious what you guys know or what you think. Where was Dieter when Shanann walked in the front door, and where was Dieter when the police officer was banging on the front door and going all around the house, and when Chris walked in, where
We've
was
talked
Dieter?
about
Like,
this.
was Dieter a crated pet? I mean, a lot of people crate their pets. Shanann seems like the type of person that probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were crate people in my opinion.
we talked about this recently here, and
Okay.
Dieter was crated, and
Okay.
you know, the question came up, you know, what was going on with Dieter like all this time when Chris says he was at NK's house every night, you know. And I'm sorry, Curious Rose, I know this really hurt your heart. I mean, it does mine too, but she's very like compassionate with animals. You know, I think little Dieter was just like on his own in his crate. I know it's awful. And I always try to turn this around by telling people that Dieter went to Shanann's brother, Frankie Rusick, and he has had a really wonderful life while he's been with Frankie. And so that's a good thing in the story. But, you know, yeah.
Yes.
Ara says, don't get me started on the dog stuff right now. I know we all feel very strongly about this dog situation.
I do. Oh my gosh.
Was the dog
The
crate?
poor dog.
I've never seen the crate. Was it in the basement?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
There was a crate in the basement. Yep.
Okay.
It's referred to in the discovery at some point. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Let me keep playing this here.
Yeah.
Son found it or something.
Yeah.
What other things did you do that maybe we even missed?
Tried the phone and watch. Yeah. I got through the therapy book she wanted me to read in the trash.
That was that morning.
I think so.
Were you trying to make it look like she threw it in the trash?
I don't know. I just
Oh.
I just didn't think nothing was ever gonna work again. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you go down to the basement?
Real quick. I'm sorry, Kelly.
Yep. Nope.
Not
Just
the
1
basement
second. Let me
door
get
open.
it. Okay. Go ahead. All good.
My question for Zena is, what does his throwing that relationship self-help book in the trash reflect about his checking out of the relationship? Zena, if you can.
Yeah, it's pretty direct.
I mean, he was checked out like
Pretty-
100%. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he had no interest in his wife and kids anymore. He was ready to do something different. It's too bad that he couldn't just do that. I mean, a lot of people abandon their families, right? Like, I mean, that's what most people would do in a
Yeah, and
situation like
they
that.
just do the normal thing and they get a nasty divorce.
Right. They just bail. They just leave. They just say, I don't want anything to do with this. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it just doesn't add up. Um, you know, I'm of the I hate to say conspiracy theory, but I tend to think that there was a much bigger picture going on. That the whole thing with NK googling Shanann and googling Chris the prior year didn't haven't you guys heard people say that he introduced NK to Shanann at a 4th of July party in the summer of 2017? Have you guys ever heard that?
I've
I
heard
heard
people
that from
say it. I
Sherilyn
haven't.
Cadle.
Yeah,
Sherilyn Cadle said that.
I haven't found anything to substantiate that personally. And Kurt
Sure.
Stacy, by the way, I just dropped the link so you can stop whining and come on up here, okay?
Welcome,
It seems like you and Zena agree on a lot, so this will be good. Yeah.
But why the heck would
No,
she
I
be Googling
agree.
them? Why in the heck would she be Googling them? And if she Googled them on the dates that they say she Googled them, are there a lot of other Googles that they're not listing? You know,
Yes. 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 In the video only version that Paula was able to obtain that you had just mentioned from law enforcement, in the video only version, not the audio version, but with the audio and video, Kobach makes a reference to 153 pages of search results from Nicole Kessinger.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I know people don't like to give a lot of weight to Sherilyn Cadle,
Mm-hmm.
but I do. I think that she has no horse in this race. I don't think that she's going to be putting anything out there that's not something that she believes wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
And if Chris told her that via telephone, or I'm guessing it's telephone or in person, that is something that we should put weight to, because she had contact with this man right after that.
But she was all some of it, but yes, and I do see that side of it, DTC, and I do think that there is validity to what you're saying. At the same time, and I think both can be true together, she also was, some things she said were proven to be lies, or exaggerations, or you know what? I don't
know. I don't
you know what? Actually, as I'm saying this, I don't know that for sure. So I'm going to have to look more into it. I don't have any.
I know, Kelly, you do a lot of good research, and if you can prove some of her stuff to be lies, but I believe that she in her heart believed them to be true. From stuff that Chris said.
think that she had good intentions. You know,
Exactly.
she's basically a grandmother. I think she even says that about
That's
herself.
right.
You know, if she was any professional of any sort, she would be a terrible professional, very unprofessional. But I think she's just a person that got interested, and then, she started to write this book and really didn't know how, and things just, it was kind of a runaway thing.
She had such access to him right afterward. I mean, that cannot be denied.
Karen G says some people believe in garden gnomes. I'm sorry, I just thought that was really funny.
I love garden gnomes. I love them.
They're wonderful. Yeah.
I actually have porcelain garden gnomes in my garden. So yes, I believe that. But the fact that she plagiarized or whatever the case may be, she has good intentions. And we have to measure people on their intentions when investigating this case.
Yes.
Like, I believe Kelly has sincere intentions when going in and researching and doing all these long hours.
Yes. I certainly do.
She has a family, a full-time job, rabbits, come on.
I know, seriously, rabbits every freaking where. Oh my gosh. I just want to ask Kurt, Stacy, where did you go? Because I put the link out to you, and I think that we can have more than just the three of us. You know, we've done it before, so I'm going to put it out there one more time. But listen, I'm going to keep playing a little bit of this interview because there's a couple of things I think that we want to get to here. But this is all really great stuff, and thank you guys so much. This is awesome. Right.
Yeah, the door is open, but yeah. So there was a lot of movement. You know, I think it was around 426 or something.
Okay, so this is what Zena and I were talking about earlier. Baumhofer says there was a lot of movement, I think around 426 or something. Now, let's see what Chris has to say about this. Now, we want you to pay particular attention to the interaction between, I believe it's Tammy Lee and Chris Watts here. I'm going to go back just a few seconds to give this a proper context. Okay.
Oh, so that would look like she was saying, I want a divorce. I'm leaving it here when I'm taken off. I see.
So the phone and her watch and the couch, was that morning before you left to go to service? Okay.
That's, I think, Nicole's son found it or something.
Yeah.
What other things did you do that maybe we even missed?
So the phone and watch. I got through the therapy book she wanted me to read in the trash.
That was that morning?
I think so.
Were you trying to make it look like she threw it in the trash?
I don't know. I just didn't think nothing was ever going to work again. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you go down to the basement? I thought the basement door open.
Yeah, the door is open, but yeah. So there was a lot of movement. You know, I think it was around 426 or something. And the garage door opening, the basement door opening, and then of course the living room sensors and all. Do you remember what you were doing all during that time? Other than
You had a lot of
going in and out
steps.
the garage.
I'll just say that.
Okay. So like the basement, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing I really have down there is my workout, the bench press and whatnot.
Do you remember going down there for anything or opening that door for anything? Did you think about, well, maybe I'll take her out that way, or is it a walkout basement?
No,
I wasn't at your house. Okay.
that's a good garden.
Damn, Tammy, why don't you ask 4 questions all at once and don't let him answer a single one? Seriously, let's touch that again. Hold up. And Kurt, come back up. I saw you backstage. Hold your horses, Kurt. Come back up. Okay, here, listen to this.
You had a lot of
Going in and out
steps.
the garage.
I'll just say that.
Okay. So like the basement, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing I really have down there is my workout.
You had a lot of steps.
The bench press and whatnot.
Do you remember going down there for anything or opening that door for anything? Did you think about, well, maybe I'll take her out that way, or is it a walkout basement?
No,
I wasn't at your house. Okay.
that's a good garden.
Seriously, she asked literally 4 questions. Whoops, I just knocked my headphones off. I'm so pissed. She asked 4 questions right in a row and didn't let him answer a single one. I'm sorry. I am not a trained investigator, but hello.
Yeah, that's
All right, you know, right, Zena?
Ugh.
It's crazy. Here, let me bring Kurt up here real quick. So, Kurt, mute yourself. Well, no, I'm actually going to introduce you. So, here, let me bring Kurt up here real quick. So, Kurt, mute yourself. Kurt, you gotta turn off. I just muted you. I'll turn the mute off, but we're getting feedback. So you've got to mute YouTube or whatever, okay? Or we're gonna get feedback. So if you got YouTube open, you've got to either close it or mute it, okay? So now I'll unmute you. Or we're gonna get feedback. Oh, we're still getting feedback, Kurt. Let me try again. So mute YouTube or close your YouTube screen, please.
I need my glasses for this.
Let me try again. So, yeah. Kurt, please mute YouTube or close YouTube. Let me type it in chat. Just give me a second here because we don't want to see Kurt have a temper tantrum. Let's see.
And to address Downtown Wonders chat, something the doorbell cam was old footage of Shanann Watts.
Listen, so here, like, just one second. Let me tell. Oh, well, no, go ahead and talk. I'm sorry.
I don't think so. Oh, sorry, the feedback.
Okay,
I think that's just a bunch of fluff and stuff that's trying to distract us from the facts of the case. I don't think that they would have released it if it wasn't actually verified by the metadata.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree with you, DTC. Okay, Kurt. So either please mute YouTube or close the YouTube tab, or we're going to get unbearable feedback. Let's give him a minute there to read that. I think he's trying to read because he put on his glasses. That's how I know. See how I observe and put things together? See that?
He looks cute with his glasses. I love the
Aw,
glasses.
Kurt, you look so cute with your glasses. Hi, Ho Chi Minner. Hi, Aussie Girl Jen. Hi, Kelly Higgins. How you guys doing?
So Kelly, you paused it right here. I think Chris is about to say, I don't remember if I
Oh,
worked out
I'm
that
sorry, Zena.
I
Kurt, you've got to close the YouTube. Close your YouTube tab or mute it. Or else we can't unmute you, honey.
He's like, no.
Yeah, I can't. I can't. I don't know. I just can't. Okay.
Kelly, I really think we need to go
There we
into the
go.
seats tonight. If you
Sorry,
have time.
sorry.
All right,
I know
close
it's an
the damn tab, Kurt. Sorry, DCC. Yeah, we can go into the. I've got the sheets pulled up,
If we
sweetheart.
can do it tonight, I would like to knock it out because we have such a great chat right now and so many experts right now on the panel.
I think that'd
if
be
you
great.
can, Zena, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
If I can, what?
So DTC, let me give her some context. DTC Primetime, we were talking about the question of how do the sheets play into this whole investigation, and were they properly investigated, or I don't know what's going on. Thank you, Karen. And DTC Primetime pulled every single mentioning of the sheets and discovery and put together like a nice little presentation. So maybe after we're done talking about what we're talking about, we might tack the sheets onto it.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Kurt Stacy. How are you doing, my friend? You finally got the message. Hello. Awesome.
I'm sorry. It took me a minute to figure that out, but I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was like, he's trying to read it in chat. I can tell because he put on his spectacles.
Yeah.
So welcome. Listen, I'm going to keep playing this little part of this interview because this is what Zena and I were talking about a few hours ago that we're trying to get through, and then we will all get back together and da-da-da-da-da. Let's listen to Tammy Lee's 4 questions in a row again.
No.
Therapy books you wanted me to read in the trash.
That was that morning.
I think so.
Were you trying to make it look like she threw it in the trash?
I don't know. I just didn't think nothing was ever going to work again. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you go down to the basement?
One.
I thought the basement door open.
Oh.
Yeah, the door is open.
That wasn't it, sorry.
So there was a lot of movement, I think it was around 426 or something. And the garage door opening, the basement door opening, and then of course the living room sensors and all. Do you remember what you were doing all during that time?
You had a lot of steps. I'll just say that.
Okay. So like the basement, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing I really have down there is my workout, the bench press and whatnot.
Do you remember going down there for anything or opening that door for anything? Did you think about, well, maybe I'll take her out that way, or is it a walkout basement?
No.
I wasn't at your house. Okay.
No, it's like a garden level basement. So
Okay.
But I don't remember really. I don't think it worked out that morning.
Like, were you packing your lunch in the kitchen? Like, did you have
yeah.
to do all that normal
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I packed lunch and everything. Did all that, but I don't remember about the basement. Unless I just worked out that morning, I just don't remember. I don't think I did.
Yeah.
So one of the more.
Unless there was a trash bag down there then.
Yeah, you got trash bags in there.
Is that what we were talking about, Zena?
Yes, I love it. Unless if I was working out that morning. Excuse me, I'm moving rooms.
Yeah, no, go for it.
That was.
I see you, Ara. I'll bring you up in a minute. And DTC Primetime, I'm sorry, Zena. I dropped the link again, okay?
But that's hilarious when he says that. Oh, I don't remember if I was working out that morning.
Right. Now, what we're going to do, let me just bring these guys up, and then we are going to go and look at the health app data per the discovery and look at, I know I've done this before, but I haven't really visited it in a while. We're going to look at Chris Watts' movements during this time. So, everybody, welcome moderator extraordinaire, RR, and also welcome DTC Primetime and Genevieve back to the live stream.
Miss Kelly, that was an extravagant welcome. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I don't want to be big. Hold it. Let me get us all even. There we go. Okay. How you doing, Ara? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say quickly when you guys were talking about that section of Watts in that interview, just something to consider, Kelly. And you have Zena on panel, and I really want to get her opinion on this. It seems as though they made it clear to him that this interview will not get him in trouble. This is the opportunity to put it out there, and nothing you say is gonna count against you. And
that's right.
It's important. It's still important for him. This man, I will say, with the coworkers say this. They reference that this man had a great memory.
Yeah, that's right.
He was good at his job. That's all I'm going to say about that. And still to this day, he's had so much time to think about what happened that day. He still chooses to lie, which again, just further, in my opinion, it just leads me to believe that even after him being in jail, if it was just him by himself that did everything, he is still choosing to protect somebody else by not saying the entire truth. He continues to lie, even though he's made aware that anything he says in this interview will not be held against him in any way because he's already in prison.
Right. I just want to say, Curious Rose, if you want to come up, I'd like to invite you up as well because she's also a regular panelist since we've got a full panel and we always love us some Curious Rose. So I just want to invite her. I just dropped the link again. Okay. Yeah, that is a very good point.
So Zena, what do you think about that? He chooses to lie, even though he's aware that nothing he says at this point will hurt him.
Right. And he does have such a concern of, he does not want people to perceive him in a poor manner. He's very concerned what other people think of him. So I think that's important too, to keep in mind that that's going to be his goal during this conversation, is to make himself look less evil. I remember at one point when he's talking about after he kills CC allegedly out there at the oil field, and Bella, he says, asked him, is what happened to CC going to happen to me next? And as he's telling the story, and let me just throw in, I don't believe any of this happened. I think he's making all of it up, but he's trying not to make himself look like the evil monster that he is. But he says to the investigators, I don't remember if I said yes or no. Do you remember?
Right.
He doesn't want to state how he answered that question because, I mean, it's such a stupid little story. He kind of painted himself into a corner, trying to make himself not look so rancid. Yeah. And then he gets to that part.
I like that.
And he just cannot decide which direction he wants to go. And it's another one of those situations where he just kind of fades out. And I don't know. I can't remember if I said yes or no.
But he couldn't even own up to having a mistress in the first place.
He couldn't. But I just want to point out really quickly that Zena and I, when we were talking, we had both noticed as being a very pronounced, kind of technique that both NK and Chris Watts use, is that trailing out until the uncomfortableness of the trailing out kind of prompts an investigator to chime in with something else.
He's protecting her and himself, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Can I jump in with something that you guys might have some information about that is, I think, very interesting and pertinent? If so, didn't the investigator ask Nicole about like a dating app that she was on.
Yes.
And then she totally denied that she was ever on a dating app, but they knew that she had been.
Correct. eHarmony.
eHarmony. Thank you. I remember that now.
And listen, this is really important because let me tell you about eHarmony. It was on, we always come back to this. It was on the day of, was it, oh my gosh, how can I forget this? Is it July 24th when they went to something around there, when they went to the Mustang Museum and they went back to their house. And what happened, guys, you all know Dieter strong-armed her up the stairs where she saw a picture of Shanann and one of the girls, and she came down and, you know, she was like, oh, why? You have this beautiful life, blah, 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 blah. And then she went out to the car and she pouted and she came back in, blah, blah, blah. That was during that conversation, after she got all upset because she saw the picture of Shanann and one of the girls, that's when she told Watts that she actually, and by the way, I had set up some dates through eHarmony and he probably got upset, but she's like, but I didn't go on them because they didn't show up.
Right.
You know,
right.
Just being like super manipulative. Yeah. The 25th. Thank you, Molson, man. My fact checker.
Oh, that was the 25th. That's
Kelly. In the body cam, there's a picture of Shanann in their room. There's a picture of Shanann, and I believe it's an ultrasound picture.
That's right. That is
below the TV.
That's right. Yep,
I think she saw that.
I think she did too. But girl, I think she already knew that Shanann was pregnant for sure, as we've talked about. You know. But yeah, that's a good point, Ara. Yeah.
I'd like to jump in here, if I may, with my theory that I shared with you earlier.
Yes, please.
Which is that during that visit to the house on the 25th, when Dieter was showing her all those photographs, that mean little doggy that he
I know, that tough doggy. I know, Dieter.
It's my opinion that that they were in the house together to go over the plan of what was going to happen when they committed the murders.
That's right.
It's my theory that was the purpose of her going to the house that day, and then she tries to tell. Isn't that the same date that she's trying to tell the investigators that she went over there because she was going to help him with his macros?
I mean, that could be plausible. She really cared about his diet and his health. I mean, she was the best mistress. I mean, you never know.
I know, she was the best brown bikini mistress. So I love your sarcasm. Well, listen, so Zena, so that day when she went over there on July 4th, this is what we've kind of put together with that is, remember, that was the morning where Chris Watts woke up at NK's house and he had missed like 10 calls from Shanann. Then he's like, oh shit, she's pissed with a capital P. And so he told Kessinger that, like, I got to go home. If I call again and my wife knows that I'm not home, she's going to have, like, you know, like, whatever. I was going to say something.
While she was in the shower, right, Kelly?
Yeah, he pieced out while she was in the shower. And then the mistress shows up on his doorstep. And then the question that I asked at some point, and it might not be a big deal, but it might be, so July 4th, according to their timeline, they had only been dating like a few days to a week at that point. So they lived like 40 minutes away from each other. How would she even know what his address was to show up on his doorstep?
Their first actual call was July the 7th.
Right.
Wait, their first, what was July the 7th?
Phone call. So, you know, but then she, of course, tells investigators that it was all about the macros and this and that, which we all know is a whole, like, pile of horseshit. But, you know, what is the real deal? I don't know. Yeah. So
wait. I'm being sarcastic here. Weren't they going over the macros at the Lazy Dog restaurant?
They were always going over the macros.
So basically going over the macros means plotting out the kill, right?
I see where you're coming from, and I like it. You're tying things together. So Zena might be saying that, you know, when NK is telling investigators that they're going over his macros, that's what she's saying, like, kind of maybe as a blanket for her so she can keep her lies straight in her head. That really means we were planning shit, right?
We were plotting.
Zena, can I say something?
14th.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you where I think that the children were probably already dead when Shanann got back to the house after that weekend business trip.
I totally agree with you on that.
And the reason that I say that is because there was something that he said where he said, "This is the last time I'm going to tuck my girls in."
Yeah.
Right.
And to me, in that warped sense of mind that he had, it would make sense that, well, once I tuck them in, if this is the last time that they're going to be tucked in alive, I mean, what happens next?
No.
Right? And then
No.
knowing that she'll be coming back not long after that, it's time to finish off the whole thing. As tragic and terrible as that is, he even admitted later on when they interviewed him later on that he did attempt to kill them, but somehow they survived. Right? Isn't that what they said about it?
That's what he claimed.
Crap.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
What?
In my opinion. No.
Okay, go ahead, DTC. Respond.
I can prove from my presentation, and I'm sorry if I did this, Kelly, poorly on the last time we looked over this, but the volatile hydrocarbons in their bloodstream had toxicity, that they were alive at Survey. Those two girls were alive at Survey. And
even when he dumped them into those tanks?
Yes.
They were alive when they got dumped in.
It was their chest base blood draw. So the only way that it would come from their chest base, in my opinion, and I was a biotech major, is because they were alive and breathing in those volatile hydrocarbons.
But wait a minute, DCC. Let me just say this. When we were, and that might be the case. Like, I just want to say to everybody, when it comes to the autopsies, I bow out because I know this is not my language. But what we did last time we were talking about this on live stream, I think that we did determine by consulting with the nurses or whatever in the room, and this is why we need you at Curious Rose if you want to come up, that the thoracic or the chest space blood draw is because I believe, and I might be totally messing this up, it's close to the heart, so you're going to get the freshest sample of blood. A Curious Rose says, and a Curious Rose is, can you tell me what your title is again, honey? And come on up if you want to. She's like a forensic nurse. She says, no, they were not alive. They were not in rigor yet, but they were not alive. So
they were alive.
Oh, and a Curious Rose says she's charging her laptop. Okay.
So I'm sorry, but I disagree.
Okay.
I don't.
What I read in the autopsies, they had the chemicals in their stomach and chest cavity. I don't know what that means, but that's what I've been reading.
Okay, and
go ahead, girl. I give a lot of validity to what you're saying. Let's hear you out. I'm just moderating this. I don't know when it comes to the autopsies.
I would like to do a whole live on this because I'd like to prepare with but the fact that they could have absorbed essentially the volatile hydrocarbons from being submersed in the sludge. Okay. But in my opinion, the fact that their blood draw from the chest base indicates that they breathed in those VOCs. That is my opinion. I may be wrong.
And that's volatile organic compounds, VOCs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank you to my man, John McSmith, who pointed that out when I couldn't on the last time I was up. But
yeah, that's the only reason I know that was because you guys taught me.
But if I had time, I could put together a comprehensive presentation of why I believe they were alive, as opposed to Shanann, who had none of that in her chest beat jaw.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that, okay, so we have DTC, who does have some kind of a background in science, who is an excellent researcher. And then we have, some people who are, working in the medical field. All of you, I respect immensely. You're very intelligent in whatever you say. I put a lot of stock into, because you're my peeps and you're always right. But, the fact is, some of these things, even when it comes down to matters that are more scientifically documented, like the autopsies, I believe, but again, I don't know, because I don't know anything about medical anything. I think a lot of the things still end up being debatable, because for whatever reason, they weren't, just my opinion, like there wasn't follow-up research to the degree there should have been. I could be wrong on that even. I don't know.
And I think that we can all agree this is a better discussion than maybe some others that we hear that are just speaking from assumptions.
Exactly.
At least everyone here has done some reading of the discovery. I know that everyone has. We're trying to make intelligent assumptions here from the reading instead of just putting out whatever.
It's arguable, Ara. I agree. And I believe that with my research and what the medical examiner has come out and said in press conference, prove that those two girls were alive at Cervi.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Lord, that's terrible. If that's true.
It's true, and it is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
It's beyond terrible.
I don't believe it, and I'm not saying that I'm correct and you're incorrect. One of the things that I want to mention, though, is when the detective says to Chris Watts, or asks him, you didn't have to stomp them in. Do you remember that? You didn't have to stomp them in.
Yeah.
He tries to say it like it's no big deal, like, oh, did you stomp them in? But I'm thinking that there were probably indentations on the top of their heads or something, is why he phrased it that way.
No, I believe that, and to go to a Curious Roses post, I believe that there was some kind of mention of Bella's clavicle being fractured.
People keep saying that again and again. I'm okay. Go ahead.
I couldn't. I know that to be true. So I'm
clavicle meaning right here, probably.
Yeah.
You see, but Bella was about 9 to 9.5 inches wide from shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, you keep making that point, Ara, and it's a good one, because when I had Kevin on last time, and Kevin was so knowledgeable about everything with the oil field, so grateful for that. And, his opinion was, he just said to me very plainly, yeah, I totally think that the girls, could have gone into that thief hatch. And we all know that like, what would it be? The diameter, is 8 inches. And Ara, and I, has brought up the point that from shoulder to shoulder, Bella was 9.5 inches. Yeah.
The autopsies, can we recognize that they're less than reliable? There's so much.
Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
I feel like there's so much debate. There's people online saying that they were adolescent girls autopsies, and it's just it deserves a whole deep dive, Kelly, and I know it's a hard.
No, and we were gonna be setting it up with a Curious Rose and you. Well, yeah, you guys, and we can still do that. When a Curious Rose and I were talking about it, and DTC, I'm not sure if I closed the loop with you. I'll just tell you this right now. The reason we didn't move forward with it was that same week when that Denver CBS bit came out about the house and Mr. R talking about the house, and there was like a lot of drama. And we felt like maybe it's best to like just let this one cool. You know what I mean?
I understand.
We didn't want at that very moment when we were planning it. a lot of drama happened about this case, and we figured it would not be good to insert ourselves in the middle of it, you know?
And you have to remember, if this had gone to trial, you would have your medical experts, you would have your oil field experts, you would have your psych experts, you would have your law experts, you would have so many factors of this case. And so that's what we're trying to do, I suppose, putting this all together. Imagine what the trial would have been like.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Expert. Kevin is a oil expert, and I'm not a forensic expert, but I did my, and I hate to drop names, but I hate
No, you can, it's okay. You can state what your credentials are. And that's why we, you know, I say all the time, even when you're not here, that you are like the, you know, I love research. You're like the madame of like scientific evidence-based research. Like, I very much respect your research. It's all good.
And my research is very passion driven and non-scientific, based on the evidence and materials that I've had available. But I did my internship at the Human Pathology Lab at the University of Florida under Dr. Mike Warren, who was an expert witness the Kaylee Anthony.
Yeah, that's a big name. That's a big true crime, you know, medical expert name for sure. Yeah.
If I could, if I had a direct line to him, I would get him on your channel, Kelly. But
oh, that would be amazing.
This
do you think he takes bribes? Do you think he takes well to begging? Because I'll do either. That was a joke.
The Kaylee Anthony case is the closest to my heart because I had a 3-year-old at the time. But changed the whole course of my life path. But
how old was your 3-year-old at the time? How old is that child now?
She's 14.
Yeah, because my son was around the same age. He's 13 and a half. So yeah, I felt the same way. Yeah.
It was a hard case, but justice wasn't done in that case, and it wasn't done in this case, in my opinion. And it's just so hard for me to move on from that, from either case.
Yeah. Aww.
And I think YouTube bringing together the witnesses and the experts and those that have done the research and followed the case, I think that there is some kind of justice in that for those of us who believe that justice wasn't for the baby.
Oh, I know. And I know it's okay. Well, it's okay, but it's not okay. And I know you feel so strongly about it. And I think that's like a good thing. It means that you have a beating heart. And I've, said it before, if people don't like, there's so much passion around this case. And I think that's why things can get so nasty. But like, honestly, guys, I think if someone knows the details of this case and they don't feel passionately about it, I think there's something wrong with you. Like, I really do. Like, how could you not like be so touched by this,
And I think it's so important for these people's lives to be remembered and for people to cry about them.
That's right.
I mean, it's disgusting. Shanann should be 38, and she should have a 4-year-old son or 3-year-old son.
Yeah.
And a 7-year-old Cece and a 8 or 9-year-old Bella.
That's right.
This is a disgusting, heinous situation.
Well, doesn't Chris Watts say in his first interview that I had no part of this or such evil something or the other? Remember, he said something like that, like in this evil act. He himself describes it as that, which I find interesting because we all.
I made a video about it. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
exactly.
So that just tells me like that he had some help because he even calls it such an evil act.
Like he was
that's right.
Right.
All right. Can I say something?
Please go ahead. Yes, go ahead. You're up here with a bunch of women. What are you expecting, Kurt? Please. Go ahead.
I know. I know what he did was terrible and it's horrible, and there's no excuse for that at all. When you're a man that is indebted to watch over your family and love them and cherish them and protect them.
That's right.
And then this happens, but we've got to ask the question, why?
Yeah.
Why did this happen?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I mean,
I'd like to answer the why.
Go ahead.
This is me taking a stab at it. Pretty much with every crime, you follow the money. You follow the money. You follow the money.
okay. Well, I will tell you this. I understand.
Let the woman finish, though.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Fine. Just following the money. I am of the opinion that they were out for multi-million-dollar lawsuit against Anadarko. That they were going to stick with this. If they blew that place up with the girls in the tanks and Shanann's body there, and they drove Shanann's car there and made it look like there was a leak and they all got blown up, Chris and NK would have gotten millions of dollars. And something like that had happened a year or two before, right? At Anadarko.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there was in Meade, Colorado, there was the explosion of, it was like a much smaller battery, I believe, that was not currently actively in use. And then about a year, I think, before that was the Firestone incident in a residential.
Yes, there were 2 battery explosions and then 1 Firestone. Anadarko was already under scrutiny at this point.
Yeah,
right.
And
By the way,
and these batteries were not in use, like Kelly said, but still there was maintenance being done on them, which created an explosion. And that happened because the battery hatches, they were open. There were still fumes that were being concentrated in those batteries. So once you release the pressure, something sparked, and then it created the explosion, killed a worker. So,
all right, let me bring this into the stream here. Wait, hold up just 1 second. Then I'm giving it to you, Kurt. Okay. I just want to give people a context here. Just 1 second. Let me just show you. Okay. All right. So.
And I know most of the main.
Actually, we'll go with this one. This one's better.
Sorry, Kelly. I was just literally watching this last night for like hours.
No. You're okay. You're good. You're good. That's perfect. Hold it. I just want to get a video here. Oops, sorry.
And I knew you could.
I thought this was supposed to hold it. Wait, before we get off the topic here, I just want to, where's the video link? Okay, here it is. Okay. All right, hold it. Let me make sure I'm sharing with you what you got to see. And okay, I am. So let me get back over here now and do lots of hopping around. Oh, that's just, so here's some like still pictures. Let me just let this page load. So then we can get the video. Hold it. Because this is just sometimes, yeah. So, yep. So there's the batteries. Those are the ones that were not in operation. That's the aftermath. All right. Now let me see if the video is loaded at this point. Let's see. Do I go up or down? Here we go. Oh, which one? Oh, here we are. Okay. See, is it showing? Yeah. Hold it. Let me just make that bigger. Okay.
And this was Firestone, Kelly?
No, this was something different even. This was to Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has ordered Anadarko Petroleum to perform a root cause analysis of the accident. Oops, I couldn't read it. In the town of Meade, Colorado, which is in Weld County. The explosion happened Thursday afternoon at a group of Anadarko oil tanks near Meade. The industry refers to such a grouping as a battery. 1 worker was killed and 3 were hospitalized after the explosion. There were contract workers, not Anadarko employees, combining the 2 tanks in one, I think that says. In addition to the root cause analysis, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission is investigating whether the explosion led to any spills at Anadarko. They make that go too quick. Let me pause it. All right. No, I can't because then hold it. Okay. An OSHA spokeswoman confirmed that the agency is investigating the Meade explosion. That investigation could result in fines against Anadarko or others if inspectors determine there were workplace safety violations. Okay. And then hold it. There's more, a little bit more. Just had to pause it so I could read. Look at that, man. Yep. So that's that. Okay. Just context. I like always for people to know what we're talking about. That's all.
Okay. So
Converse them. Oh, wait. It's going to Kurt. Kurt, all you.
Kurt.
well, I mean, I understand that the company probably has some problems going on, right?
Yeah, a lot.
But what drove that man to do that? Was it Thrive and Lavelle and
You're stuck on 2 live streams ago, honey. You got to come on, get
no,
in
I'm sorry.
time machine. Welcome to July 9th.
I am not. I'm not defending him in any way about what he did.
No, go ahead. I'm just
What
kidding.
I'm saying, what drove him as a man
No, he wasn't a typical man. He was
working his ass off
Hotel Winter says meth.
to supply. I mean, believe me,
he was not a typical
please,
person.
none of you please don't think that I'm defending him in any way for what he did.
Then what are you doing?
I'm just wondering what drove him to go crazy.
Okay, so listen. So what we're not going to do tonight, though, and I'm not saying necessarily that you're trying to go in this direction, Kurt. I'm not saying that at all. But I know last time this was a topic where we was into a lot of shenan bashing, which we're not going to do tonight.
No, it's not shenan. I'm just wondering what drives a person to go crazy when obviously you're
You know
looking
what? Kurt, it's a good thing you wonder because you're not him. It's a good thing we don't understand. Right. It's a good thing you don't understand because that means you're nothing like him.
I don't understand.
Well, here's my theory, and Zena, if you can speak.
Sarah says life insurance and a lucrative lawsuit.
Here we go. Here we go with the money.
And then Sherry Claiborne, hi Sherry, says he wanted a new life.
No, it's not.
And that was wrong with.
And wait a minute, hold it, just one second. Karen G says, doesn't mean I'm not intelligent. You guys better be being nice and chatting. Don't anyone be telling Karen that she's not intelligent because she is. I'm with you, Karen girl. Okay, let's just got to say that. All right, go ahead.
Who said that?
So
I don't know.
What I want to bring up is that Nick.
I'm open. I'm an open person. I just wonder about a lot of stuff.
The guy couldn't even hang a picture in his house without asking his wife. You think that he could come up with this elaborate plan to put his family here? I mean, he had help. That's all we're trying to say, I guess.
Vale Jean says, I think that's why I'm obsessed with this case, because what drove him to do the most evil thing? This is why we are all gathered here at a channel called What's the Obsession?
Right.
And Zena is shaking her head, and I want to know her.
You go, girl.
Okay, so Nikki had a guest at
you guys are on a nickname basis. That's so cute, Zena.
So Nicole had a guest.
I'm just kidding.
Staying at her house that weekend, who allegedly was a Shenan lookalike.
That's right.
They never interviewed this guest. We know that they never even interviewed Jim, but Jim,
Danielle Hadel or whatever. Yeah.
Jim and this guest are both NK's alibis. So why would they not investigate the people that she's saying that she was with when she's denying that she had anything to do with Chris?
Excellent question, Zena. That's right.
We don't know that we didn't because it's not pertinent to Chris Watts' discovery, right?
Yeah.
So the lookalike where she comes into play is the plan to drive the Lexus out there. I believe that whatever it was that Chris retrieved out of the Lexus when he opened the garage, it might have been a garage door opener. It could have been the ring. It could have been a lot of things. But it's my belief that whatever that was played into the plan of getting that Lexus out to the oil field with a Shenan lookalike driving it, because we all know in Colorado there's surveillance cameras all over the public streets. So
none of them made it into the discovery. Interesting, right?
Zena, I agree with you 100%. I want to kiss you because this is literally what I've been thinking for the last 3 years.
Oh, well, I'll accept your kiss.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go I need to get some water so I can keep talking, but you guys keep chatting, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Zena.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
warrior princess, go.
Continue with what you're saying.
so I believe that this was a big plan with NK and Jim and whatever her friend's name is. That Chris was their target. He was their tool. They totally used him. They used him and the family to try to get.
And Zena, you would, and that would speak back to your previous point of her 2017 searches of Chris Watts, and correct.
And apparently she was also having an affair with a CEO type at Anadarko at the same time she was having the affair with Chris. I don't know if that's true.
Could be. I think it was Bob G. Just a rumor, not substantiated. I don't know.
Right. It would be good to get Kelly on that. She's good with, striking it as rumor or confirming as potential truth. But
Kurt, what whiskey are you drinking there? Sorry, Xena, I had to ask.
You're fine.
It's just a 7 and 7, my favorite.
I don't know what that is, but I believe it's good.
It's bigger than 7 and 7 up.
So I was kind of right.
I bartended in my youth, yes.
It's the weekend, right?
But yes, Xena, I've thought that too, that, the plan was to get that car out there.
Right.
And if you ask CW now, what was in the car? He says, I don't remember taking anything out. I don't know what you guys are talking about after the fact in that second interview.
Right. Yeah, he's not going to tell. Just like he's not going to tell where the oxycodone came from or the Oxycontin. I get the two confused.
And question, Xena, why won't he tell? Who is he protecting?
He's protecting NK. He thinks that they're still going to ride off into the sunset.
Yeah, I believe that. I think there's more to her than what any of us have heard.
And that's why I think there's still communication while he's in prison.
Yes.
Right. Oh, yeah, definitely.
We've heard that. Yes, we have from David. And
well, you guys are aware of Jim being on that camping trip at the sand dunes, right?
Well, it's not stated directly. The detectives do ask, who is this other man in these pictures? But he doesn't allude that he was there on that trip. I assumed he was, but it's not stated as a fact.
I made a video about it.
I have never heard of this. What are you talking about?
So when they went to the sand dunes, and they went to some like nudist colony at the sand dunes, her friend Jim was there. And he's in photographs, and the detective showed her the photographs and asked,
what happened?
He's naked.
Okay, so what happened? Okay, so this is what I found, because I actually did do a video about this. So this is what I did find. So it sounds like he could possibly be there, but what the detectives asked about who this other gentleman was in the camera roll while they were talking about their trip to the sand dunes, but they don't necessarily explicitly connect the two. Like, for example, who is this guy who is with you guys at the sand dunes? It was just more a matter of the timing of the question. Let me see if I can actually find this little piece of a video where I say it a little better.
Wow, you would think that would be a big piece of information.
They just didn't want to scare NK away. So you're right, Kelly. It was just the timing of placing that question. So it's like, look, who is this guy? It doesn't look like Chris to me, but I don't know. He has a beard. And then she goes, oh, he's heavier set. Yeah, I'd say he's a little bit bigger, but I just didn't think they connected it to the sand dunes, though.
No, they did not. But I will say it is awful curious timing. You know what I mean? But they did not connect it. Like,
I absolutely agree.
Yeah. So, yeah. Does that make sense, guys?
There was some point where Chris was like left in the tent alone, and NK went off for a really long time, like a couple of hours.
Where's that stated? I haven't.
Here. Wait, hold it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing as a man.
It's probably from Armchair detective, but
Okay.
it's something that I've heard more than once, but probably is armchair detective is probably my source.
Let's take a little time out to listen to that little bit of the interview where Jim's mentioned. Okay, is that okay, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kurt, please take another drink right now, okay?
In this interview with Kevin Kobach, Chris Watts' mistress talks about the last 2 weekends in July that she spent with him, the weekend of July 21st and July 28th. This is when Chris Watts and his mistress went to the Bandimere Speedway, and then the next weekend, they spent the weekend together at the sand dunes. Here, Kevin Kobach asks NK about her photos on her phone, and asks if one of the photos that he feels obviously is not Chris Watson, who is that, he says. And she answers, it's her friend Jim. Listen carefully. I want you to tell me in the comments below if you think this interview clip indicates that Jim was with Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger at the sand dunes on the weekend of July 28th. I just gotta say, guys, it ain't called Watsy Obsession for nothing. I got a video on everything. Or did Kevin Kobach just ask a question about who that mysterious heavyset man is in her pictures while they were talking about her going to the sand dunes with Chris Watts? I think there's some confusion about this interview audio clip, and I'm really interested to see what you guys think. Please leave a comment below, and thanks so much for watching, guys.
The weekend of the 21st, and this is how you'll know if my dates are lined up. I would base it off of this date and work your way backwards. But this weekend I went to Bandimere Speedway with him, and I went and saw, I think it was called the Mopar Mile High Nationals. Mm-hmm. It might have been called Thunder on the Mountain. I don't know. It was the drag races though. And it was Saturday the 21st.
Okay.
And we were there like the majority of the day. I think we got there like early afternoon, and we were there till it ended pretty much.
Was that late in the evening?
Yeah, those things go pretty late. Like it gets dark.
Okay.
Yeah, and we hung out there probably for a while. I think we were there for a little while. We ate there.
Really quick, after this, we're going to Kurt again. Bella says, this gentleman on panel has tried to speak numerous times and he's interrupted every time. So after this little NK bit, we're going back to you, Kurt. Sorry about that. Thank you, Bella.
Not really. I mean, it's just, I'm used to it.
So that's what we got.
So you ate lunch there?
Yep.
Okay.
Tacos.
Okay.
This is a really good bar, by the way. So we did that, and then we went to Bandimere, and then I don't know what we did after Bandimere. I think we just went to my house. I'm almost positive. Like, I don't think we did anything after that because it was pretty late.
Okay.
And then on the weekend of July 28th through the 29th, we went to the sand dunes. We went to the Great Sand Dunes National Park.
Down in Alamosa?
Yes.
July 28th, 29th. Did you guys stay anywhere?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Where did you stay?
Oh, we camped.
Okay.
We camped. I don't remember the name of the campsite, but if you just let me go through probably like my old phone Navel or go through just the internet and try to look up campsites, I can probably come up with the name for you.
Let me ask you this. There was some attachments that when I was looking at some of your phone stuff today, although very limited, there's a man with a backpack. He's got a beard. He does not look like Chris to me. in your photos? Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, is he like a little heavier set?
Yeah, I'd say he's a little bit bigger.
Yes, that is my friend Jim. That is.
Okay, so for those of you who started drifting off to sleep, let me just play that again. I'm going to go back about a minute so we have the contacts and everything. Then don't worry, Kurt. It's all you next.
No, don't.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No
Let me ask you
pressure.
this. There was some attachments that when I was looking at some of your phone stuff today, although very limited, there's a man with a backpack. He's got a beard. He does not look like Chris to me in your photos. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, is he like a little heavier set?
Yeah, I'd say he's a little bit bigger.
Yes, that is my friend Jim. That is the one that I was with on.
I'm sorry. I have to go back a minute. I was reading comments and I wasn't listening carefully. I'm sorry. I think that's great. I love how you do your precise impressions, Ara. It's really awesome.
Pack. He's got a beard.
Oh, wait. I got to go back a little more.
Navel or like go through just the internet and try to look up campsites, I can probably come up with the name for you.
Let me ask you this. There was some attachments that when I was looking at some of your phone stuff today, although very limited, there's a man with a backpack. He's got a beard. He does not look like Chris to me in your photos. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, is he like a little heavier set?
Yeah, I'd say he's a little bit bigger.
Yes, that is my friend Jim. That is the one that I was with on the Monday and Tuesday of last week.
Okay. So there is some photographs. You mentioned the museum, the car museum. I think I remember seeing a couple photos of cars, and it didn't strike me as anything then. So there may be a little bit more on your phone than what I think. But there is definitely no photos of Chris. And I don't remember seeing any pictures of the sand dunes. But so did you camp inside the...
So guys, I just want you to get that too. He says there are no photos of Chris. And I don't remember there being any pictures of the sand dunes yet. All of these visual and video pictures do exist. So man, guys, more than just deleting text, she went like deep into her phone and deleted everything. I just want to make that point there.
Yeah.
And they were not recovered.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And Chris also posted on his Facebook his backdrop was the sand dunes.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
DTC Prime Time, say something really quick so I know which one of you to keep up here because there's two.
I
of
did
you.
something
Oh,
bad.
no. I'm here.
Wait. Talk for a sec. Let DTC talk for a minute. I want to see which one's talking. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, but
I don't
I'm
know
here.
which one. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Y'all good. Okay. Hold it. Wait. I said I was going to go to Chris. I'm not Chris. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I just called you a killer. Kurt. It goes to Kurt.
Kurt.
Yeah. Call the man, Chris.
I'm sorry, Kurt. You're the best. I'm sorry.
I'm messing with you.
Mhm.
No, I mean it's just everything that we've been talking about. I mean the thing that I'm very confused about with this is when you look at the way that family lived. Now I know that they tried to portray an image that everything was hunky-dory. Everything was great. We were being successful. We had a lot of money. We were on our way to the top.
Yeah.
But I don't think what we saw on social media was the real thing. That's what we're talking about. I mean, obviously it wasn't.
Right.
So I mean, it's just, why would somebody that normally looked like he loved his family, he loved his little girls. I mean, what man wouldn't want that? Seriously.
Mhm.
I mean, that was a great family.
That's a great question, Kurt. And I know there's two prime times right now up on panel.
That's because we love you.
One has glasses and is much
Okay.
more serious, but
There we go.
She did the other one. There you go.
But my question is for Xena. Is it possible if he's neuroatypical, aka on the spectrum, that his programming, quote unquote, can be overridden?
Ooh,
Wow.
I love that
Wow.
question.
That's a great question.
I definitely think he is like Asperger's or
Yes.
something.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
some people call him Rain Man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not a normal type of person at all. And you know, you got to remember NK with her wily ways and her
Her
little
wily ways.
her little searches before their dates on forgive my
Double penetration.
undiscreetness and anal penetration. I mean,
Double penetration,
I
girlfriend.
know, but right before one of their dates,
I'm
she was
sorry.
doing anal.
Interracial.
Yeah.
Sorry, throwing that in.
So you know, she was like getting him into stuff that wasn't where his wife would go with him.
Right.
And you know, taking him on these sexual adventures, basically.
To seduce him.
Well, and I think a lot
Right.
of drugs too. I mean, you know, Thrive
I think that too. I think that
Yes.
too.
I think drugs too.
has some chemical components to it other than caffeine and vitamins. But I think that you know, I don't think Shanann and Chris drank a lot. It doesn't look like from all their videos and Facebook
Right.
and everything that
Mm-hmm.
you know,
No,
there's definitely
everything was about Thrive.
right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that with NK, I think it was a party scene. I think there was probably a lot of marijuana, maybe some mushrooms,
Some cocaine.
there you go. You know,
Cocaine.
I mean, yeah, the meth, you know, the crack. I mean, that stuff is a lot more common than those of
That's
us
true.
that are grown up and don't do that stuff realize.
Here's your citation from the Discovery, by the way, Xena.
Yeah.
And Kelly, to that point of the drugs that Xena just brought up, if we look at the text from late June, they're using a lot of drug code language. Are we? I mean, ice cream, lollipops. I forget what the other one was.
Yeah. I thought that too. And then he says it sounds like a cheat meal night, which is totally a Thrive thing too. So possible. Yeah.
I don't think that they were cheating by eating.
I know.
No.
I don't think so.
I don't.
And also because he characterizes, you know, like the dark shit that she drug him into, and the dark crowd and the dark things that they were so bad that happened to her apartment. He'll take him to his grave.
Well, that makes me think satanic kind of stuff. It doesn't.
Xena.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I have a question about, what did you say your field was, specialty?
Actually, my specialty is post-traumatic stress disorder, but I did a lot of work with doing danger to self and others assessments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. How important is proximity when considering a person that is unstable, whether it because they're socially unstable or emotionally unstable? How important is it for that person to have someone close to them, as opposed to like they cannot be a confident person if the person they love, I guess is what I'm getting at, is 6 weeks away from them. And such on the other side of the country, right? But NK was close to him every single day. Does proximity have a factor in this case?
You're hitting on a really good point. You know, Chris was not the kind of person who made decisions for himself. You know, as you can see in the videos with Anne, he's always taking her instructions and waiting to be told what to do. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think that NK was the mastermind of the plan. Is that, you know, he wouldn't scratch his butt without somebody telling him to do it.
But it's because Kurt asked, what makes a man do this? It's like, well, Shanann was gone, NK was there.
No,
Maybe it's as simple as that, like right there with him every single day.
He always had a
This was
strong woman that was dictating his life. Go ahead, DTC.
This was a master plan. And this was a person that had overridden his programming. This is not a neurotypical human.
Can you explain that to me a little bit? Because I don't think it's possible for somebody on the spectrum to override their program. But let me understand better. Can you explain it to me better?
There are some people that are susceptible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Xena, by the look on her face, can attest to this. But there are some people that are susceptible to influences. And yes, Kurt is back. Don't worry, Molson. He's back.
No, I'm here.
That's it. But in my opinion, as not a mental health professional like Xena is, I believe that his programming was overwritten by the fact that his wife and children were out of the picture, and this other force was in to come in and just completely take over.
Huh.
To put it plainly.
Okay.
I understand what you're. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes some sense to me. Yeah. Someone else, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Please.
When I look at him, I think I see maybe Asperger's syndrome.
Yeah.
On a lower level. And he was so shy and quiet, but he was driven and he worked what he did. He was savant in the areas that he was in.
That's right. And that can be, I mean, I work with people with Asperger's and autism every single day, and that can be very characteristic, what you just described of a person
He was
on
very
the spectrum.
he was very good with tools and what he did.
And I like the savant, yes, definitely.
And
yeah.
Probably very, very professional with everything that he did.
Yep.
I don't think he was very socially integrated, and being forced to have to be on those Facebook lives all the time.
Constantly. Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out the reason why this happened. And I know people that are Asperger's or have any kind of autism, and it builds up and it builds up and it builds up. Now I'm not giving an excuse for what he did. I'm just saying the reason why it might have happened. Only a reason why. It might have happened.
I agree. Thank you, Kurt. I agree 100%.
I mean, and the only reason that I know this is because I was a special education teacher for 14 years working with emotionally disturbed people. So, I mean, it's just...
Oh, hey, you guys, can I jump in?
Yeah.
Am I interrupting you, Kurt? So look at that picture on the right of NK on that rope ladder.
Yeah, some people were looking for that. Now, I just have to credit this. The only place that I could find this had Plunder's logo on it, because I've only ever seen this on Plunder's video, which actually is down now. So this is how I had to show it like this. But we've given Plunder a few plugs, and I'll do it again. I'm going to put her link in the chat. Go ahead, Xena.
So allegedly, and maybe you guys have already spoken about this in other chats, and maybe it's news to some people. Allegedly, that photograph is taken at a fitness challenge that NK was at the children's hospital where Shanann had worked.
Yeah, that's right.
NK signed up for a fitness challenge at the children's hospital where Shanann was working. So that has been a lot of people's suspicion of where she met Shanann.
That's right.
Started becoming obsessed with her, Googled her, and then found Chris after she found Shanann. And it's kind of, Plunder did a really good show on, it's kind of like The Single White Female. Do you guys remember that movie from the 90s?
Yes.
Oh my God. It's a lot like The Single White Female. Like she wanted to be Shanann. She wanted her life.
She kind of looks like her. like a pre-baby shenan, a little bit. And I
Right.
think that there's been some programs that have alluded to that fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
I
guys
think
know
I
if
think
that
it's very possible.
do you know if she had a boob job?
Oh yeah.
It just has always seemed to me that she probably did, and that's
She
Sorry.
did.
I shouldn't be laughing at all this stuff. I'm just
well,
saying.
to me it just seems so
As a guy, I mean, that's a nice picture.
I've just always taken it for granted that she must have had a boob job. I mean, it's like
No,
obviously.
she did. Because
Well,
if you
But
look
where
at
have I
those
heard that
photos of her,
before? Yeah.
if you look at the photos of her in Peru, her
Mhm.
her cup size was like an A cup. And I'm sorry, I'm in the business, but she's definitely gone up from there.
yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
no, no shame in the game. Like if you want a
Yeah.
boob job, get one if you can afford it.
Right.
But
I just sorry, ladies. I stopped listening and I listened again, and now we're talking about boobs, and I'm confused. But
I don't. Kurt
Chris is a big
requested
boob.
it. Kurt
Oh, okay.
wanted that one.
But
Yeah.
okay. Well, there are websites for that, sir. Okay. So Downtown Wonder said.
I'm just joking. He didn't.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I know. I like boobs too. It's fine. Look, Downtown Wonder said something interesting. She said the constant social media and being ignored made him feel even less of a man. I agree with that. But also, you have to remember. But also, that tells me that Chris had nothing else as like a hobby.
That's right.
So he like either dependent on being a full-time dad or just being Shanann's husband. But Shanann was always doing the social media fine, but he couldn't distract himself doing anything else. He wasn't made to feel like he was not his own man, I guess. And that's his own fault, in my opinion.
The way he would let those girls abuse him physically.
But see, I have been with my person for 13 years, and I can sit here and be on a live for 4 hours with Kelly and then do mine afterwards. And he is doing his own thing, writing music or doing something else. And he's never going to feel like he needs to get attention anywhere else because he is self-fulfilled in other ways too. And of course, we spend time together, but doing the things that people like to do is important, separate from each other, but that shouldn't be an excuse to run off and cheat.
So I'm going to take the mic here really quick. So this is something that I concluded about Chris Watts from the beginning, and I maintain it throughout, that he, and to some people at this point, I think this is to state the obvious. Chris Watts always had to have a strong woman in his life because he was a very parasite, amoeba, chameleon kind of personality, not very strong in his own. So first, he had his mother, Cindy Watts, very strong personality. He conformed his personality to what she wanted or what he believed she wanted. And then he went right from Cindy Watts really to Shanann. And now Shanann, a very strong female personality. Now remember, once he got together with Shanann, he became the man that Shanann wanted. Remember, Shanann didn't like this and that about him. Cindy Watts tells us all about it. He changed those things. But what did he do to Cindy once he got with Shanann? He dumped her. They didn't even talk for like 18 months or something, like after the wedding, until Bella had been conceived and she was on the way. So he goes from one strong woman to another, but then he dumps the previous one. Now, I think the same pattern was going to be happening with NK. Now he found a preferable strong woman. So he was going to conform to what she wanted or what he thought that she wanted of him. And he was going to dump Shanann just like he did to his mama.
And that goes back to the programming, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now,
But I will tell you all this.
Go ahead.
He should have put his foot down as a man.
Oh,
when some things were going on that shouldn't have been going on.
Absolutely.
Everything would have been fine. Right? I mean, this may piss some of these viewers off here, but I'm just going to say, as a man, when some things were going on, when they were going into debt, when she was constantly doing stuff that was jeopardizing their household and what they were doing as a family, he should have put his foot down and said, no,
Absolutely.
Well, if you look,
And,
if you
and,
look at,
and I'm not saying in an abusive way. I'm just saying, as a partner,
He should have spoke his mind.
yes.
Right.
As
He had
and,
not,
and apparently he couldn't do that,
But he
right.
could
well,
complain to NK about it.
and he
But
let.
your
like
point, though, Kurt,
Elizabeth Bridges, says, and I agree with you, Elizabeth, says he didn't have it in his makeup to challenge her. And I totally agree with that, Elizabeth. It was not his constitution to be
exactly.
contrary or confrontational. That's
You know
right.
what? It wasn't in mine either until I got run over enough, and then I finally had enough.
Well, he wasn't
Well,
there
I
then.
think he
Or maybe
got
he
to
was,
that point
yeah,
too.
I think, yeah, I agree. Yep.
What?
Good point, Kurt.
No, Kurt,
I'm just
to your point,
saying he didn't, and she's right. He didn't have it in his background to do that.
So
And
he had sold.
I grew up in a family where I had a very strong mother who tried to demasculate me every time she could. And she got away with it for a little while until I finally put my foot down and I called her out on it when I was 25 years old.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's
I'm sorry to hear that, first of all, but good
and
for you
that's
for doing
when
that.
her and I became best friends.
Yep.
When I finally called her out on it.
We'll see.
At 25.
And everybody needs to put.
And you got to understand, men can be tough and strong, but they look back on their families and they look back on what they're doing. I'm not excusing Chris for anything because what he did was absolutely wrong and it was not right. It was terrible. He didn't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
but if we're trying to understand Chris and we're trying to understand his makeup and his role model in Ronnie, who was kind of the escaper,
Yes,
and
because he was kind of a
beta male,
yes.
and he tried to escape it, and after the kids moved out of the house, he turned to substances to alleviate kind of that
He couldn't
pressure.
stand up to his own mother, so that's kind of why he couldn't stand up to Shanann.
Yeah.
What are we looking at over here? What's this?
Oh, I'm sorry. So some people in chat were talking about this picture. I mean, I have it in a better version somewhere, but they it said that perhaps in this picture, I should really bring up a version with a better resolution, but on this counter, there's some like residue that people believe could be like a residue from something that had been snorted up the nostrils. So I just brought up that picture for those people. Yeah.
And
I'm gonna find it with a better resolution. Yeah.
Forgive Kelly because it's not going to be as well
I
laid out.
I love this chat. We're having a good time. We are.
And what were you saying, DTC, sweetheart?
I said, forgive Kelly because it's not going to be as well laid out as Amber Heard's pictures.
Right, that's right.
4 lines.
Yes, that's right. Of Johnny Depp's snorting cocaine with all of the lines of cocaine sitting there, not touched, like perfectly groomed, and
yeah, okay,
yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you for that disclaimer. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna find that picture better though. So, what do you think? What do you think, Zena?
I was just looking at my note about what.
Oh wait, here's
what is it?
Yeah, DTC
was going to do a little like presentation.
Oh, about the sheets? Are you up for that, DTC?
Yes.
Cool.
Kelly,
Awesome.
you've got it. If you want to pull it up, yes, please.
Yeah,
do.
I have it all ready. I just want to show you guys something really quick. Here's a little Here's a little bonus pic of Jim. Hold it.
Oh,
I got this one off of Facebook a while back. Let's see.
And by the way, Jim, we love you. We're leaving you alone, except for this one time.
Yeah, for this one time. I just want to show everyone the bonus pic, Jim. Okay, here we go. Screenshot 2,591 of my 6,500 watts files. Ta-da-da. Hi, Jim. There he is. Jim Gutowski, everybody. Check him out before he goes away.
He's not as gross as I thought he'd probably be.
Yeah. And apparently this was from like 2019, I believe. Yeah.
Well, he's no Chris Watts, right? Chris Watts was in peak optimal physical.
But look at what a shifter Chris is. Like he doesn't have like a real personality, that he conforms to whatever's around him. He's like that physically too. I mean,
yeah.
Looking at the pictures of him when he's in prison a year later, I mean, he's just like unrecognizable from each phase.
But to Chris Watts' defense, he really committed to the physical fitness plan that NK had set forth for him. Yeah. Jim did not. Sorry, Jim. You're not so great. Sorry.
Not recognizable from the person that he was before he lost the weight.
Is that the dude that she talked about that was in the background?
Yeah, her friend Jim. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I heard that there were pictures of him on her camera roll wearing nothing but a backpack.
I don't know, man. I don't want to see them. That's all I know.
I think Ara can speak to that. I don't think it was
Ara.
Wait, what was the question?
I don't know why this struck me
the
as so
truth
funny.
teller here. She's gonna be like, no.
Tell me,
not
no,
what
say
I said.
it again. Hold on. What?
Go ahead, Zena.
What? So
repeat what you just said.
About Jim being naked, wearing nothing but the backpack.
Yeah. She heard there's some pictures of Jim wearing nothing but a backpack.
Where the hell is that said?
From the sand dune.
See, Ara's gonna say no. That's not what was said.
That's not real life, y'all.
Not real life.
No, maybe I'm just jaded because I've spent so many hours in Discovery and I have folders and I'm looking for naked pictures and I cannot find any.
No, I don't want to see those pictures ever.
But I'm looking for them. Let's show them. They're like, remember Kelly? They're like 12,000 pictures that are transferred.
Yes,
from Kessinger.
Right. Oh
Did you know, actually, Kelly, that the night before he went to confess that Wednesday, he transferred one last semi-nude picture of NK.
I know. I did pick that up in the Discovery.
I was like, this woman is relentless. Now here, let me send you some. Let me send you a chest picture and make sure you don't say my name.
I know.
Sorry.
Well, I always wondered did she send it to him then, or was it one like his favorite that he wanted to make sure he stored away?
Well, I mean, he made sure to transfer a lot of stuff. Why transfer stuff in the first place?
Right.
Right? Well, if he was going to do it selectively, no, I think she was sending it to him. And it was through that secret calculator app.
Yeah, no, they were definitely, I believe and this is just, there's no way for me to prove this since the digital forensic guy was kind of strange in my opinion, but I think they were definitely communicating through means other than text, you know?
Yeah, some people think it was a burner phone. Some people lean on the secret calculator app, but the take-home message from that is that the deleted messages were not recovered. Can we agree on that, panel?
But Tammy says that they're really good at recovering the.
Yeah. Well, I can't agree on that, and I'll tell you why. My friend Alex, who's the criminal defense attorney that has that non-for-profit that I've told you guys all about him many times. We've been friends since 2000. And when he finally started looking into this case after I was begging him for so long, he really got into it. He found a lot of problems with it. And he's like a big time successful defense attorney. He ended up talking to somebody very, very close to the investigation is all that I can say. And what he said to me was, without giving up too much detail of what they discussed, that they recovered all of, if not every single bit of data and messages and like the lion's bulk share of it. So that's what I was told by somebody I literally would trust with my life. So
and even Tammy says that we're really good at recovering deleted text messages.
Oh, that's right. She does say that.
She does say that.
Yeah.
I listened to that last night. Don't judge me.
I'm gonna disagree on that one. The deleted stuff was not recovered.
Okay. Maybe I wouldn't know either way. I'm just telling you what I heard.
Well, I would love to find out, honestly, because that's been a big hole in my investigation. But yes,
I can't even tell you the degree to which I trust this person. And when he was even like, I'm hesitant to even about like what I say, because I've already got myself in trouble once. I just believe what he says, but I wouldn't expect anyone else to have that same blind faith, because you don't know this person like I do. So, but I don't know for myself, because I don't
I think that's a deep dive, Kelly, and I would love to see it.
Yeah,
that
I mean, I deep
so many
dive
questions
that
for me.
After the case is closed, are they required to release those text messages if it has nothing? I mean, the case is closed.
I don't think so. No.
Well, when the case is closed,
apparently-
that's when the Sunshine Law kicks in, and everything is supposed to be available to the public on public records requests.
But there are parameters in the Sunshine Law, and that is a really good research. Thank you, Zena. There are parameters, though, so it's not like literally. I don't know. But wait, just let me read this really quick, because Zena, I want to look into that more, because what I'm about to say, I'm not even sure of, so I don't want to say anything more. But John McSmith does tell us that they can recover about 97% of data per Michael Melson. And ding, 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 John, that is true per Michael Melson, because I heard it myself.
But we're dealing with, Apple, and we're dealing with deleted calls. And from my research, and I've done a lot, I don't think they recovered them.
And also, NK is really good with macros and micros and apps and all this BS, but cannot remember her Google password and how to transfer contacts from one phone to the other.
I know, whatever.
Well, Ara, I can't remember my passwords either.
But you're not NK.
But you can click the button that says forgot password.
That's right.
And recover it.
That way.
I mean, if you're able to get on StreamYard right now,
multi-step authentication steps set up that I
if you're on StreamYard right now, you can do as much as NK was asked to do that day.
Yeah,
I love it.
Playing with her phone and acting like she's all overwhelmed and confused with the technology.
We don't believe it for a moment.
Oh,
she could have been very tired. She could have been very emotionally.
And did her belly hurt too? Did she have a little headache?
Yeah, she hasn't been feeling well.
I can't even with that one. I can't even. Blood pressure. All right, let's turn to the sheets. We're making a turn. So, once upon a time, it seems like a really long time ago at this point, we were in a live stream and we got to discussing the sheets, and that there's this kind of information about the sheets and that kind of information about the sheets. And so, DTC Primetime, the madame of research using scientific methods, found every mentioning of sheets in the 1960 pages of Chris Watts' Discovery. And then she even, get this, guys, made a presentation, and here it is. Woo, woo. Thank you, DTC. This is awesome. So this is like literally the only thing that's been created that I've ever shown on this channel that I'm not taking credit for. Thank you. This feels so good. I'm going to take a deep breath and let someone else's work do the talking. Let's see what you got here. So is there a narrative to this? I can't remember. It's just the information, right?
Well, the information's there, and it poses a lot of questions.
Okay. So
for us.
Okay.
Researchers.
So I need to read it though, correct?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just, when I watched it a couple of times, so I was thinking, did I not have my volume on? Okay. So this is what was found in the discovery about the sheets. Oh my God, this is so good. This is like better than what I can do. Can I hire you? This is great. We don't have any money to hire you with. If I did, I would ask to hire you. Okay. So it August 13th, 2008 in military time at 17 hours and 34 seconds. So what that puts us at 9:17. It says the fitted sheet was next to the comforter on the floor. Okay. I did not observe the top sheet. So this is Officer Coonrod making this narrative statement in the discovery. So let me read that again. The fitted sheet was next to the comforter on the floor. I did not observe the top sheet. And then we have a bullet point that says the comforter and the fitted sheet were reported to be on the floor by Officer Scott Coonrod. So wait, because he's
big question mark.
Okay, so that's a question. So given this statement from Coonrod, the fitted sheet was next to the comforter on the floor. I did not observe the top sheet. So what is he saying here? Is he saying that he observed both of the fitted and the flat sheet, or is he just literally saying that he observed the fitted sheet in absence of the flat sheet? Is that what we're asking?
I think so.
That's what he reported.
Is there a way to see that body cam for us to see? Because I didn't even know what a duvet was until 6 months ago.
Okay, hold up. Let me do this. You guys talk about something for a minute. Let me pull up the body cam, and so if we need to reference it in conjunction.
Timestamped it for you,
No,
Kelly.
it's no. It's okay. It's really not a big deal. I can find it easily.
I think what he meant was that the fitted sheet was on the bed, but the other sheet was gone. The one that he took was.
No, that's not.
Well,
what
I
he
don't
said.
know. Does the man know the difference between the fitted and the top sheet and the cover sheet? I mean, I don't know. When I see the body cam footage, I see a fitted sheet there.
I know very few men who even know the difference. I'm just going to say that.
I'm not, and this is not a diss to men because some men know more than I do. It was my Daniel that told me about stuff that I didn't know. So
I'm dissing men for the record. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I joke. Okay, go ahead.
I know.
At a certain hour after 1 a.m.
I'm the best sense of humor you'll ever meet.
Yeah, you're good, Kurt. We like you. You're an official Watts obsession.
I'll believe you when you uncross your arms, sir.
Oh.
So to my recollection, and I'll just kind of narrate this while Kelly's trying to find the body cam footage. But to my recollection, Coonrod is in the bedroom. He's pulling up the stuff on the floor, and he said in his report, which I pulled that from, that he observed the comforter and the fitted sheet on the floor. But to Ara's point, and which I observed as well, that the fitted sheet was actually on the bed. There was a fitted sheet on that bed, a white fitted sheet. So this is the biggest question I have about the sheets. Like, what's going on here?
Okay, that's good. Maybe you should ask these questions here because you have an understand. Okay, all right, yeah.
But could it be like a mattress, a plastic cover? Because I grew up very poor, so I don't know. But people do that. They put some plastic over the mattress, and then they put a fitted over that.
Yeah, if they're like an 89-year-old Italian lady.
We didn't, but we didn't have the money for that. We barely had a fitted sheet. Okay, again, I didn't know what a duvet was. Yeah. I'm still not sure what a duvet is, but
you don't need to know about duvets, honey. You're good.
I love that question because I have a mattress pad and a fitted sheet on my bed. And
are you an 89-year-old little Italian lady? No, I'm just kidding.
I would love to be so I can perfect my marinara, but no.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That was a good one.
But there's 100% that is a fitted sheet on the bed while Coonrod picks it up in that body cam footage. So whatever kind of sheet he's picking up on the floor is not the sheet that's on the bed because there is a fitted sheet on that bed.
All right. And I'm going to get that body cam footage up really soon. My computer is just running slow because there's a lot going on it right now. So I'm trying to close some things down. Let's see here. All right. Yep.
Okay, so can you put a duvet over a duvet? Is a duvet what
A
covers?
duvet just covers like a white, like not meant to be like finished,
Like a goose down feather thing?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Okay, but I thought the duvet was what held the goose down together.
Okay,
No, it's
so
just a
duvet,
decorative cover.
and I'm not trying to be
Sorry, y'all.
I'm not trying to be bougie here, but
Please
a
be
duvet.
bougie. Like when I say toilet in DTC prime times, like you mean commode.
Well, somebody said something about the bathroom and the water in the toilet.
Yes.
The water in the toilet. I have a spare bedroom that I don't use with the toilet on it, and I haven't used that bathroom in forever. And when I went to go flush some stuff down it, there was no water on it, and I hadn't used it for like a month.
Oh, okay, but wasn't that was in one of the girls? I can't even remember right now.
I'm assuming that they just didn't use that bathroom, and that's why there wasn't the water just goes away after some time. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
Good point, Ara. I love that. That was the Jack and Jill bathroom between Bella and Celeste's room.
Yeah, that was used.
And the tank was full, but the commode was empty.
The commode. I love you.
And Lines and our girl Jane both commented on the fact that there was some kind of sediment at the bottom of the commode.
We looked at that video. We looked at that video one time at the end of the live stream. That's where we realized where DTT Primetime is from and where Kelly's from. Toilet commode. I'm sorry. I'm getting loopy. I love you,
Kelly.
DTT.
I love you, but I'm from Florida. Like we have toilets in Florida, but like if we're speaking, there's a difference between the commode, the bowl, and the tank.
No, you're right, though. You're right. Because I was like, I want to say a different word, and you were like, it's commode.
I was just leaning on my
No, that
AD.
was good. Because now I will never say toilet on a live stream again. I'll say commode, except for when I'm referencing this instance. Okay.
Here's lady.
Oh my God. All right.
Kurt, do you say commode or do you say toilet?
We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
He's got a Seagram's there. Is it commode?
Tell us, Kurt. What is it? Tell us.
Either or. I mean, I say there goes the toilet, or there's the commode.
You've never said commode. Come on, be real.
Yes, ma'am, you're right. Yes, ma'am, you're right. Toilet.
I could just tell the awkwardness with which you tried to get that out. I know. I see you. I see you, Kurt. I see you. Oh, okay, here's the body cam footage.
Yeah, it's mostly toilet.
Okay, yeah, mostly toilet. I'm with you. All right, let's see. But I do like commode. I mean, I've made a turn ever since. I no longer say. I'm not like I gotta go toilet. I need to go. Whatever we would say. Okay, so I don't want to be sound.
I'm a Southern man. So I mean,
yeah, we don't need any sound bites regurgitated of this.
Facilities.
There you go. There you go. Facilities. That's perfect.
Sounding.
Okay. So what about the sheets? I'm sorry, DTC.
Okay. All right. So here we have. All right. Hold it. Let me just share this with you here. Let me get to the right spot. So we have when Coonrod is going into. I just had to pull this off of YouTube because my personal file was like not loading. So whoever this is, thank you. Let me make sure it's not someone that does not like me. This is
how could somebody not like you, Kelly? Come on.
This is Kane Allison. Kane Allison, I'm gonna put your channel in chat. Everybody go subscribe. I don't know what's in this channel.
Never heard of Kane, but yes.
Me neither. Here we go. We're giving Kane credit. Yeah.
Kane. Yes.
Okay. Oh, hold it. So now I have to stop this. See the trouble you cause trying to be all thorough here, Ara. All right, here we go.
Is it duvet? Okay. Is it comfortable?
I cause only trouble, it seems.
No, I love you. You're wonderful. Okay. So here's the Coonrod footage. So this is when he walks into the commode. I mean the bedroom. Oh no, wait. Okay. What's going on here? I can't even see straight anymore. Okay, that's not the bedroom, Kel.
No, this is the next day.
Okay,
where I
here.
pulled
No,
this
no, that's the day. Hold it. It's just the next little ditty here. Here we go. Okay. Okay.
Look at Chris's face right there.
I don't like his face.
He's like, come on,
Is there any
back off.
clothes, anything like that missing?
So this is what he's observing. So there is indeed a fitted sheet on the bed. Y'all see it?
Which that goes against Shanann relieving herself on the bed when he supposedly murdered her on the bed.
Yeah,
Thank
because I
you.
do you think that he really changed? This is why we identify this importance of looking deeply into the sheets. Because do you really think he changed the freaking bedding before he left for work in the morning? Never imagining that anyone would be in his house before him.
That
See,
face
is
right there,
definitely-
Kelly, 10 seconds before that, his face is like, oh, snap. I don't want to say bad words. It's like, oh, shoot.
And see,
Yeah,
I
that's
thought that
right.
it was script. I always thought it was a bare mattress.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah,
See,
he
this is
looks
why we gotta look at
freaking
this, Shizzles.
guilty and nervous right there.
What a
That
great
is-
point you bring up, DTC.
That is a fitted sheet on that
It is
bed.
100% a fitted sheet. All right, Kunrad, let's move along. Can you
I just
walk
can't
a little
believe
faster?
how nice and clean and organized their house is. That's crazy.
Oh, I know. She was an
Especially
excellent
a house
housekeeper.
that big. We had a house that was like 3,000 square feet, and I swear
Probably not, because I mean,
I felt like I had to like clean it constantly from one end to the other, but it was always a mess because you couldn't. It was too big. You couldn't keep up.
That's the size of my house, and I have a 13-year-old boy and 30 bunnies.
You have 3,000 square feet.
Well, it's like the house was built in 1938. So let's give it some context. So it's big and it's old.
That's a lot of space to take care of.
It's actually
Well,
27.
I've got my detective coming, just because this is kind of an odd situation.
2,700. Okay, so let's go back to DCC Prime Time's presentation here. And yeah, it's too much space. I mean, it's like, what? I don't know why I have this giant ass house. It's just stupid.
Girl,
right here.
I know. At least you only have one kid.
I know.
My kids just run through this house, especially if they're homesick.
Oh, I know. I bet.
It's constant.
It's hard
Yeah.
to keep up.
You have 4 kids, right?
I have 3 girls.
Oh, 3 girls.
2 of
Okay.
them are little and like
Oh my goodness.
beautiful Bella and Cece. That's white.
Aw. And
Wow.
then Genevieve. Okay,
Yeah.
but then DTC Primetime correctly concludes, but a white fitted sheet is on the bed. Oh my God. I forgot you put that there. I didn't even need to find the damn body cam footage. You already put it in here for us. Thank you. There I go, listening to Ara again. What the heck?
No,
Just
I
kidding.
appreciate that. No, because some people
But
need
it just
to see
bolsters
it.
your point. Yeah, some people
No,
do need to see it. You're right. Yep.
They need to see it from their recollection to understand.
Totally.
Yeah.
No, that's a really good point. So then we have white pillowcases are on the pillows. A sheet and comforter are on the floor. I feel like this is going to become like a Dr. Seuss rhyme. Sorry. As if someone was in the middle of making the bed, perhaps. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Why does the officer report a fitted sheet is on the floor when there is clearly a fitted sheet on the bed? I mean, obviously he's just dumb. Like, how could you miss that?
Well, I mean, to Kurt's defense and to Scott Coonrod's defense, they're men. Maybe
Right.
they don't understand. And I'm sorry if you're not. I don't see you sharing, but
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm sorry. Let me share that.
No,
Okay.
it's fine. No.
No. I want you guys have to see it because
No.
there's visuals.
No,
Sorry,
but
she's
dudes
right.
don't know. Dudes
mean,
don't
There we
know.
go.
I've been
She-
married a long time. Dudes don't know the difference.
She's completely right about that. I mean, it's yes, I make my own bed and I do all that, but I mean, it's like we don't pay attention to those kind of details.
Right. That's what I was just saying. I don't know like any guy that knows the difference between a fitted sheet and a top sheet and a bed skirt and a duvet cover, and very few. You
What's
know?
that?
Right?
Do you think that Chris wants still keeps to a certain story because he know NK is listening still and doesn't want to seem like he lied, like all his stories about what happened that night.
Yeah.
Let's say she wasn't there, or
point.
maybe because he knows that she's going to hear everything he says, and so he still doesn't want to.
No, Ara.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't think it's NK. I think it's the people that are keeping him in Wisconsin that he's afraid of. And I don't think NK has any stake in the game anymore.
What people that are keeping him in Wisconsin?
Oh, you mean like his safety?
His plea deal.
Because if he's put in general population, his life is really.
He can go back to Colorado.
Wait, demystify us, DTC. What are you getting at?
I don't think it's NK. I think it's much higher than that at this point.
Okay, so you think it's like the whole, like the man?
Weld County.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
That makes sense. That makes sense too.
And if he were to misstep, they would
put him back in general population in Colorado where he's going to get a shit kicked out of him or killed.
Do you think that's why NK is also silent? Because she's afraid of Weld County too?
No, NK is fine. She's home free.
Possibly. Let me just read this really quickly. Aaron on the side of caution made a good point. I wasn't reading the comments at this time because I was just laughing. She says, was the toilet shut off? I mean, the commode. Was the commode shut off to keep Cece from flushing things down the commode? However, the sentiment is really questionable. That is a good point because they did have to do a lot of things to keep Cece out of trouble. I mean, I only have had one child who, passed through Cece's age. I can tell you from working with a lot of children of her age, do you guys agree? She has an extraordinarily abnormal amount of energy. Do you feel that way, Zena, guys?
Absolutely. I kind of think that she took the personality of, it's a crude way to say it, but being a spaz. Like she was
I think
she
so
was
too.
the hyper spastic one.
Absolutely.
And Bella was the cautious, quiet one.
Yes.
And to me, it's just heartbreaking to see that because her parents are constantly saying like, oh, look, we call her Rampage and look at her now and look at her spinning. And, she
knows that's how she gets the attention she wants.
Exactly.
So she adopts it as her own. Yes.
Exactly. And it's
ding,
just,
ding,
it's
ding.
too much. It's just, it's like, it's dizzying. Like, yes, she's adorable, but she just needs to like calm down.
Yeah, because Cece,
well, it's hard.
Cece became, well, in my opinion, and shoot me for saying so, but Cece became the poster child for this is why I need Thrive. Look at this crazy ball of energy. Rampage, she's always going. She never stops. And this is why you need Thrive. And that's my perception of it.
I think that's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
in
reality,
right,
she was competing with Thrive, right? Because Shanann's, and I hate to say this about Shanann, God rest her soul.
I know.
It's okay. We love Shanann, but yeah.
But so much of her time was spent keeping up the appearances on social media. So much time. Completely just, keeping the house clean, well-behaved kids. It's exhausting.
Well,
I think she really needed some good therapy to address her anxiety and obsessive compulsive disorder. I'm saying that as a compassionate thing. I think that's something that got in the way of Shanann being her best self.
But when you think about it, she really got Chris to do a lot of the cleaning for her.
And
God,
can I say something about that?
I wish I could figure that out because if my husband would do a portion of the cleaning,
I
would be so much more at ease.
Everything was, wow, I'm on this camera all the time. Look at all the work I'm doing. Then when my husband gets back from working the oil fields, 10 hours, and he still bathes the girls and cooks dinner for us.
And look how crazy my little kid is, and that's fine. He thrives.
And my children go to bed. And my children go to bed at 6:30. So what is that? And she gives them Benadryl to put them to sleep.
Not every night.
Allegedly.
Well, I mean,
let's
whenever.
not get, I don't want to get into this Shanann thing again because
I'm sorry. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But Ho Chi Winner, and Ho Chi Winner, I think this is, we didn't consider this. Ho Chi Winner says, going back to the sheet, he says, or is it a protective sheet? And then someone goes on to say, I have like a 2-in-1 protective fitted sheet, just like as a mattress protector. I mean, my stepmom has those on all of her mattresses.
Yes, Ho Chi Winner, I completely agree. I considered that. Is that a protective sheet to go under the sheet set? The mat?
Exactly.
But if we can go through Kelly, maybe we can figure it out because
this is not something.
Okay. This is not something I could figure out myself.
Okay. And Kurt, I didn't mean to cut you off on that. I just have to tell you sometimes things that are discussed on the live stream have big implications on the channel as a whole, and it becomes a really big pain in my rear.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're okay. You wouldn't. So I just want to give that topic just a rest for right now.
Okay.
So yeah.
And Kelly is the nicest about expressing it like that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's all good. I want to,
And can I say that I think Shanann took on all of the responsibility, all of the financial responsibility of the household, even though Chris had a decent job.
No, that is where I will have a problem with that.
Well, Kurt, I'm gonna disagree.
So
he worked out in the oil fields, making most of the money for their family.
He made good, decent money for sure, but he didn't even know a password to his bank account. He didn't,
just like NK didn't know the password to
I'm not saying
anything.
But he had sold a car earlier in their relationship. He sold a car for less than what he owed on it, and Shanann gave him hell for that, and he was never allowed to touch the money, and he was okay with that. Like I said, and like you said earlier, he should have pushed back. Like, yeah, he screwed up, but you know what? Get over it. He's a man, and he should have some control over his money. And he doesn't
because he's a man.
Because he's a person.
Because he's a contributing partner in the relationship.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is that Shanann had too much pressure because she had all of that responsibility. He allowed her to take all that on. That is way too much for a 34-year-old woman. I don't care if you're Superwoman like Shanann, to try to keep the bills and the household going.
Well, obviously they were headed towards the second bankruptcy.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I give an alternate perspective on
Go
that?
ahead.
Please.
And no offense or anything like that. Thrive was a multi-level marketing plan that made you have to continue to invest in it.
Right.
And Shanann was not selling the amount of money that she had to do to even keep up her car payment.
Amen.
Weren't you there for the last live stream when that was a topic? I made a video about it. We've moved past that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
Kelly Higgins saying, did anyone know?
You're right though, Kurt.
The pink substance
in
front of the closet.
Chris was basically.
I didn't see that. No.
No, I mean, his job probably paid pretty well. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea.
My conclusion is the $10,000 that came out of his 401k went directly into Thrive. I feel pretty damn sure of it, but I've got to move past that, or else
you guys are all adults, and I find it interesting. So am I, but I'm not. But not so much. I feel like it's interesting that you guys are talking about someone having to be allowed to do anything. We're all adults, and if you share a bank account, no one needs to allow you to look at it.
Right. I've been married for 30 years. So
well,
we have quite the dynamic, and it's changed a lot over the years.
That's what's great about this channel and this discussion. I mean, it's just there's so many factors involved with all of this. I mean, it's very complicated.
But Chris
go ahead.
Here, I thought 60,000 is very decent money, but not for a house that size.
I know. Yeah, I know it's huge.
All right, let's go back to the sheets. So now we've got, so this is what I was showing you guys. So white pillowcases are on the pillows, a sheet and comforter on the floor. A little dog is outside the door. Right, no, I'm just kidding. That's where I was saying it's going to start sounding like a Dr. Seuss poem. Okay. A sheet and comforter on the floor as if somebody was in the middle of making the bed, perhaps. Why does the officer report a fitted sheet is on the floor when there is clearly a fitted sheet on the bed? Or, as we just determined from a couple Karen and Ho Chi Winner and a couple people in chat, it might be a mattress protector situation.
And to that point, Kelly, I'd like to say the pillowcases are white, matching the fitted sheet on the bed. So I kind of eliminated the mattress protector.
Okay. I was trying to get a better look at it, but I really can't. You don't get a very good look at it.
No, I'm sorry. I tried my
No.
best.
I was just looking at the body cam. You just can't. Okay,
It's
so now,
hard.
Ara, this is a lesson for you, honey. Listen up. So now we have August 14th. The duvet and pillows are on the unmade bed as if somebody slept in the bed the night before. Bullet point. Chris Watts told Sherilyn Cadle on the morning of August 14th he woke up to find himself lying in a bed feeling alone. So he went to the couch to lie down until morning. All the lights in the house were on. Oh my gosh, that's like an incubus, succubus or something. Were on when he knew he had turned them off. In the prison interview, he walked that back and says he slept with all the lights on. I think it was demonic possession personally, but
yes.
It was like didn't he say it was a reoccurring nightmare that he had? That
yes.
No, he said to Sherilyn that he woke up and all the lights were on.
But he said it was a recurring nightmare. Maybe it was in prison when he said that was a reoccurring nightmare.
Yeah, but in the Wisconsin interview, he says that he left all the lights on. So I find that as a discrepancy in his kind of.
That is a discrepancy.
Chris didn't even sleep much. Y'all remember?
That's right.
No,
when did you have time to dream, bro?
That's right. I know. All right. Well, let's get through a little bit of this and we can come back and revisit because, oh my gosh, it's 1:30. But okay, so also on August 14th, what about the bed in the basement? Is it queen or full size? No, the purple slumber mask on an unmade bed with mismatched sheets. No, the only pillows on the bed are Euro size. Geez, these are really good observations, girl. Okay. Really? Seriously?
So I've concluded that it's a full-size bed or a fuller queen-size bed in the basement, and that the sheets were not from the basement.
You know what? I always thought that it was a queen-size bed, but now that I'm looking at Jane standing next to it, I'm almost going for full.
Yeah, it's definitely not the sheets that we see later on in the presentation.
Okay.
So it's curious, right?
It is curious.
Why does the basement come into play? But, the slumber mask is very interesting to me.
The slumber mask is definitely a deal. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Here, let me read this next slide because I feel
the basement was his bachelor pad.
It was, as strange as that was. So why is the basement important? Detective Baumhover states in the Wisconsin prison interview, there was a lot of movement in the basement. This is what Zena and I were talking about too. What? At approximately 4:26 a.m. on the morning of August 13th, there was a ton of movement with the garage door opening and the basement door opening and the sensors, and asks Chris if he remembers. That's so funny because that's what Zena and I were honing in on too. Let me see what the next little slide says here. Okay, hold it. So let me take one moment here. And I actually think I brought it down. I had a little slide situation for you. Hold it just 1 second.
And I don't know if I worked out that morning. I don't think I worked out that morning.
No, I haven't either. Zena, I have not either. Very interesting.
Say that again, DTC?
I didn't work out like the morning of 8:13, the basement and the garage doors. I don't have an answer for those. I don't.
Well, here, let's take a look at this. So we have, whoops. That's funny how what we were all separately talking about is like coming together.
Well, that would be supporting the story or the idea of other people helping and taking the bodies out the back.
Yeah, it would. So if we're looking at, whoops. Oh, wait. So I took these from a former live stream. So if there's like chat comments that aren't from this chat, that's why. So we have Chris Watt's work phone. So on Chris Watt's work phone, there were 481 steps clocked around 4:30 a.m. We do not know why, this should say. That was a typo. It makes sense that very few steps were clocked around 6 a.m., as we see here, the time Chris Watts was driving to Survey 319. You see there were steps clocked from around 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. almost continuously, with this large bulk of steps, 481 steps at 4:30 a.m. So hold it. Let me do a little equivalent thing here. How far distance is 500 steps equal to? Google. So, let's see. So steps to distance conversion chart. Yes, friends, it does exist.
It was running around at 426.
So we have walking a mile takes around 2,000 steps. So that's about a quarter of a mile worth of steps at 4:30. That's a lot of steps just going around your house, guys.
Right.
Now we have also Chris Watt's work phone. So we see whatever was mentioned. Oh, so again here, okay, so this actually says 0.46 miles, which corresponds to that right around 4:30 a.m. time. So freaking half a mile worth of steps inside your house, that's a lot.
Well, again, that could fit with the theory that they were taking the bodies to a safe house. Like when I first was hearing that theory from Armchair Detective, I thought that was insane. I thought that was crazy talk.
Yeah.
But it kind of fits. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, there were all those empty houses back there.
Yeah. I mean, possibly. So, all right. So that's that. I don't actually want to go. I mean, that's just, I never thought about it in terms of like how much distance is that many steps equal to. And that's a lot of distance just being inside your house.
It's really weird that the dogs, the cadaver dogs and the trauma dogs didn't smell anything to speak of in the house as far as trauma or death.
Right. Yeah.
Well, no, they alerted under the stairs.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue on this little the little presentation here because it's like 1:30.
Yeah.
And there's so many like little side avenues we can go down. So I'm writing down the things that we're questioning now. I mean, I usually do a live stream on Friday. If you guys want to do another one Sunday, I could schedule one for Sunday to follow up with some of this stuff. You think about it. You get back to me. You let me know.
This is right.
So we've got now I've got to share this again. Just one second, my friends. See, this is click intensive.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just joking. This is awesome. I love it. Thank you so much. So now we have on 8/15, so that's on Wednesday, drone footage and photos. So at 1,527 hours, the drone was equipped with a camera that provided a real-time video feed, as well as a capacity of taking digital video and still photos. Detective DeWitt and Commander Borders located a sheet lying on the ground. They took a still photograph of the sheet. 1,617 hours. Yes. Survey was contacted by phone and was provided consent to search the property and collect evidence. This is cited on page 422 of the 960-page redacted discovery. All right, so let's see what's next.
And quick question, guys. That looks like a fitted sheet, right?
Oh, yes. You can see yes, absolutely. Yes. Don't you guys think so? On the left, yes. Absolutely fitted, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going with that. Chris was shown the photo. He asked how old the image was and was told the image was taken that day. And he was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I remember.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, in Wisconsin, he was asked why he didn't bury the girls with Shanann. He stated it was like something else was in control of what he was doing. Very interesting. Quote, couldn't I have saved my girl's life? This was my flesh and blood. Nothing made sense. And he was very emotional when he was saying that, or it sounded. Bullet point. The girls had a Yankee blanket and a plush dog on the way to Survey, according to Chris in Wisconsin. I hate it when he says he didn't know big blankies, small blankies. You better freaking remember that blankie you suffocated with or someone did. You know, that makes me angry. He says he used the blanket and strangled, isn't it that he suffocated his 3-year-old daughter in the back seat while his 4-year-old daughter watched? He says strangled. Okay. Autopsy reports the girls were smothered. Okay. He says strangled? I don't think I ever noticed that.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
Do you think he knows the difference though?
So hard. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, guys. Trigger. I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But
go ahead.
That's said. He said that he strangled. I have such a hard time with this, but yes, he said that he, covered.
He said he covered her face, he covered her mouth, and he put his hands like something, right?
Yeah, he covered her face and mouth and strangled her while the blanket was covering her face. But
we can listen to it. We can listen to it after this if you don't want to say it. It's okay. I have a video of it, of course. Okay. At this time, Watts was confessing to disposing of the deceased bodies of his wife and daughters. God rest their souls. Chris stated he left some of the girls' clothing and some toys wrapped in the sheets we had located. A thorough search of the area was conducted, but no items were located. This is on page 423. Later in Wisconsin, he stated that he threw the blanket in a dumpster on the way back to the house to meet Nicole Atkinson. And we all now know that's on Black Mesa Road, where Jane's dog, yes, did indicate, but they didn't really pay attention. Watts said he used a fitted sheet to wrap up Shanann, God rest her soul. Didn't he just say he used the sheet to wrap up the girls' blankets and toys? Good catch, DTC. Regarding the remaining sheet and pillowcase were left over, he said he didn't know what to do with them. Watts was asked why he didn't try to hide the fitted sheet at the oil site and replied he was scared and didn't know what to do. So this really all does not make sense.
That makes no sense.
No, good catch, girl. Meanwhile, on 8/15, you so good, DTC, sheets with the same printed design were found in the kitchen trash. I asked why there were sheets inside the kitchen trash. The matching flat sheet and only 3 pillowcases. Stains were observed on the sheets and pillowcases. So those were all found in the house, DTC?
Yeah.
In the garbage. Okay.
Kitchen trash. Yeah.
So the
DTC,
matching flat sheet.
sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead,
No,
honey. It's all right.
No, in the discovery said there was no DNA found on anything in the house, and I'm thinking, was it also these sheets? These sheets did they not get DNA off of these pillowcases?
Probably not, because there would have certainly been DNA on them.
If we go back to Kelly's discussion earlier in the live stream, they refused a lot of evidence at the CBI lab.
That's right. So it may have been collected but not analyzed, in which case we wouldn't know. I'm going to look into that a little more. So, oops, let's see. Residue on the pillowcase. The bed sheets were removed from the trash. The bottom fitted sheet was missing, and at least one pillowcase had some dark residue upon it. The residue contained what appeared to be glitter. Listen, girl, it's almost 2 a.m. This is like, there's more meat in this than I was like thinking when I read through it silently in my head. We're going to have to revisit this. I'm just saying that right now.
Understandable.
It is. It's a lot. Yeah. Was this why Baumhover wanted her makeup bag from her suitcase? Good question, girl. Was the pillow placed over his wife's face and her eye makeup came off on the pillowcase? And going back to Zena, your question about the mascara. See, this is so crazy how this all ties in.
Wow.
Why wasn't Shanann? This is like literally all the things we were talking about earlier, DTC, Zena, and I. It's crazy. Why wasn't Shanann buried in the sheet she was wrapped in? That's a really good question. Yeah.
And then there were those makeup wipes next to the bed.
Yep, that's right.
And
good.
No, Shanann was OCD. They're randomly there next to the bed.
Yeah, that's true. Good point, Ara. During the extraction at Servi, a white sheet was placed at the bottom of the cadaver bag in an attempt to preserve the evidence.
So this is the corner sheet.
Yeah, this is a corner sheet. 817 Longmont Police Station. The first item took was a white sheet which had a substantial amount of dirt on it. The sheet was draped in the drying closet. Also in the drying closet was the dirt and a separate paper bag for the sheet. So again, guys, that's the coroner sheet. Oh, you know what? And I've noticed some creators have mixed those up as though the coroner. Okay, I get this now. Okay. I never really didn't get it. I never got into this topic as deeply as you are. It's one of the topics that I have not. So thank you so much.
Sometimes it just takes discussion.
Yeah, that's right. You can't do it all in your own vacuumous head.
No.
On 9/13/2018, upon moving the bag of evidence, it was noticed the bag had begun to mold. This evidence is listed as dirt from the coroner sheet. Nothing further. Wow. Yeah, we're going to have to follow up on this. Does anyone have any initial impressions there?
You need to do a live tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. We can do that tomorrow. Let's do that. Yeah. Are you okay with that, DTC, since you're the one that put all the work into that, if we follow up with a live stream tomorrow night? Or would you rather do Sunday night?
No, anytime, Kelly. I have so many questions, and it takes a lot of us to kind of.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we can discuss it now a little bit if you want to. I'm running out of a little bit of mental energy, but it doesn't mean that other people here aren't. What do you think? I'm going to let it be your call, honey. What do you want to do?
No, it's completely up to you. Either tomorrow or Sunday are fine with me. I'm off this weekend, so.
Oh, cool. Does anyone else have any votes tomorrow night, Sunday night? What do you think? What do y'all think? Hey, so in the chat, if you would like a follow-up live stream on Saturday night, type 1. If your preference is Sunday night around 9 p.m., type 2. If you don't care, don't type anything. Either or. Okay, cool. Tomorrow. Okay. It would be around 9 p.m. Okay, let's be real. It'll be between 9:30 and 10, even though I schedule it for 9. Sunday.
Well,
okay.
The biggest questions I have, I think, are obviously the movement in the basement.
Yeah.
And then maybe for Zena, if she's still here and listening, why he wouldn't just bury her in the sheet she was wrapped in. It, like, from a psychological standpoint, it doesn't make sense. This man was married to her. He was with her for 8 years. Why wouldn't he just keep her in the sheet that she was wrapped in? I don't understand that.
That's what I'm saying, DTC. It would have been easier just to drag, I'm sorry, trigger warning, drag her and in the hole instead of unwrapping and then what are you gonna do with the sheet afterwards, you know?
But more than that, why after you've been married after 8 years kill your wife? I don't understand this.
Well, I mean, you got a simmering rage, blah blah blah.
I mean, it's like
Well, Kurt is still stuck on the fact that this guy did this.
Yeah, and you know,
we get that, but we're like over here wondering about the sheet.
I'm thinking as a man, I'm just like, got this beautiful wife and these 2 beautiful children, and why?
It doesn't make sense, Kurt.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
And
right. But the sheet thing, like he could have buried her with it.
Well, I know. I mean, I just think personally,
but he didn't.
I think he snapped.
I think, but the sheet was placed there later. I think DTC.
Yeah.
He just left it.
I'm thinking about it. That's why I'm quiet. I'm really trying to like think it through logically.
And says that he left their toys and blankets in the sheet, but no.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
And I
think I know.
If we parse through it, we can definitely come to some conclusions about it. But
I think let's definitely do that.
Yeah, it's so hard to wrap my head around.
Yeah, I need to. I personally, I can only speak for myself. I'm just like, I've been up since 5:30 this morning, so I'm getting. I want to give this like good, fair, like mental energy, and like like I'm so appreciative that you put all that together, and it presented things in a way where I hadn't even seen some of the things that you brought up. I personally never conclude things right away. I really have to mull over it and think about it. So that's just like where my head's at with that. Because I mean, you brought up some really good points. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, everybody, have a good night.
You too, Kurt.
You too, Kurt.
And a great weekend. And
thank you, Kurt, for putting up with us.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. and this is fun. It's fun.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Have a great weekend. And
yes, you too. And be looking for either tomorrow night or Sunday night, the follow-up, sweetheart.
Yes, ma'am.
So polite. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good Southern boy.
I'm Southern.
That's
I am too, sir. I get it.
I'm outside of Nashville, Tennessee.
I'm South Texas, so there you go.
There you go. Right.
Sarah, yay.
Nelda, what do you mean? I think the sheets were tracking point. What do you mean by that?
Like as a signal of where something is.
Oh, okay.
Just like how we think the rake was.
Okay, right. Okay, yes. I got
That's why he asked, when was this taken, the picture?
That's right. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my brain is running on like it's low gear right now. Okay.
Kelly, it's past your bedtime.
It is past my bedtime. You know me. So go ahead. Go ahead, DTC.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I put it together and I could not figure it out. And I know it's going to take all of us to kind of parse through and figure out what was going on here based on all the information that we have.
Cheers for the weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm so sorry. I kind of feel bad. I'm so sorry that I put this at like the end of a long live stream, DTC, because it really deserves more attention than that. So I'm sorry about that. I just wasn't thinking that through.
There's just I'm just glad that we got it out there, and maybe some people have some thoughts about it and they can come back and hopefully tomorrow or the next night and just put it through, and we can sort through this mess and try to figure out what actually happened and why.
Yes. All right, let's do that, guys. So we're going to do exactly that. So I'm going to actually end this soon, but DTC Primetime, thank you for being up here and for doing all that work. Ara, thank you for being up here. I really appreciate you guys and all of your input. Zena, thank you for being my guest of honor this evening. Is there anything that you want to say in concluding this long live stream, my friend? Oh, I can't hear you, honey. Or is that just me? Zena, can't hear you. Can you hear her?
Remember, she had 2 of them, so that might be the other one.
No, that wasn't Zena. So Zena, I can't. Oh, wait, hold it. Zena, hold it. I couldn't hear I couldn't hear anything you said, but
okay, because my
can now.
phone died and then I just had it
Oh,
so I missed about
okay.
10 minutes.
Okay,
That was
very
so
good.
frustrating.
I'm so sorry about that. Okay,
it's
all right.
me,
I'm
my
sorry.
technology problem. So in conclusion, I would like to just add that somebody had mentioned earlier about Chris Watts's like personality, psychological profile.
Yeah.
He is definitely a narcissist, but more importantly, in my mind, he is what I would call a meandering personality disorder. Like he really doesn't have a sense of self. He doesn't have an ego, like a healthy ego. I mean, he's egotistical, but he doesn't have a healthy ego. And so he forms into, like you were saying earlier, what his mom wanted or what Shanann wanted, what Nikki wanted.
Yes.
He doesn't know who he is or what he wants. And
that's right.
He's very susceptible, to be influenced, but also, I mean, oh God, he's just so stupid. It's so sad.
I know.
It's so sad.
I know. I know. He is. He's so stupid. That sums it up.
He could have just left his wife and kids high and dry and let them deal with it. It would have sucked for a while, but they would have had their freaking lives.
Yeah.
Well, somebody had convinced him that that was not the best way, in my opinion. And to Dina's point, I believe that he meandered into what law enforcement wanted. And then maybe later on to what his prison pen pals and associates wanted.
Yeah.
And there's there to unpack too. So just my thoughts on it. I totally agree with you, Zena. Wow. Really, I wish we could have you up here every night because
I know you're awesome, Zena. Thank you so much.
Sweet. I'll be your special guest every night.
Yes, I would love it. It's a deal, girl. Nilda just said very well articulated. Yes.
Well, you guys are great. I really thought this was a good chat. Is that what we're calling it? Live stream?
Yeah.
And,
any of the above.
Yeah, I just, I wasn't at all sure what to expect, and I don't want to sound delusional, but I do think that with social media, that this is how cases get pushed further.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the Steubenville case in Ohio, the horrible rape case.
Yeah, very vaguely. I'm not too terribly familiar.
Steubenville High School football team, horrible crap. But it all went dormant for about 2 years until some social media sleuths just banged away at it and got.
Oh, didn't Plunder just do a video about that?
Did she?
I think maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. Never.
She might have. I'll check it out. But so Steubenville, 2 of the rapists got sentenced finally, but there were still some of them were protected because they were like the mayor's kids or whatever,
Right.
But it was a really sad situation. But the social media types like this helped get some justice for the family.
Yeah.
So
no, I think that I definitely think that's how it work. How it can work.
Right. Like I don't doing this in vain, and we're not just doing this for entertainment. We're
right
because we care, and hopefully some seeds will be planted and some things will come to fruition. Hopefully.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so.
Honestly, what scares me the most, my bottom line, is NK being out free. She'll do the same thing again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that she's like, yeah. Cecile, no problem. Thank you for being here. Let me just say really quickly, I'm going to go back to that, but got everyone in chat. Thank you so much for being amazing and respectful. And moderators, thank you so much. You're so amazing. I appreciate you so much. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I also think that NK, I mean, I just feel if she did have any part in it, I mean, if you're going to do something, horrific and horrendous once, what's going to stop you from doing it again, right?
Well, and especially, people get emboldened and think they can do it and get away with it because they did do it and get away with it.
Yeah.
So it
She
just
got
supports
an extent. Yeah. She
Yeah.
hasn't made it off of it like she had planned, right? With her book deal and things like that.
Yeah, seriously.
Yes. Yeah.
But can I say one more thing in summary? Because you guys will like this.
Please. No, please do.
With both of these narcissists, NK and Chris, the best thing is that they're narcissists and that they love hearing themselves talk and they won't stop talking. And so even when they're trying to like whitewash and bullshit and all this stuff, they let out all this information that they're not meaning to let out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I interject one more thing?
Yeah.
Shanann was too. Why was she on Facebook all the time?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Open.
I'll definitely say she was narcissistic.
She was that. I mean, I'm sorry for what happened to her.
Absolutely.
But when you have all these narcissists coming together like that, then this is what happens.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
And to that point, Kurt, I just want to say protect yourselves on social media.
Yes.
Be very careful of what you share on Facebook and other social media because
I do. I only post
doors and windows to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Very, very wise. Keep in mind. So for instance, when NK is blabbing on and on, just trying to fill airspace, trying to say nothing to the investigator in the 3-hour and 33-minute interview, and I think that's where she starts talking about how excessively clean Chris was and how he would vacuum a room and then he'd shut the door. Nobody would go in there for 2 or 3 weeks, and then he would open the door and vacuum it again. That's how.
Right. How'd she know that?
Right, and it was just great because I'm sure the detective is just sitting there going, "Wow, you just gave me so much information."
Right. She just couldn't shut herself up. Yeah,
and that's how they both are. So for that, we can thank they just chatter nonstop, and they just
I can't
imagine
living a life like that. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's
a lot, Kurt.
It's tragic.
They don't really have lives. NK and Chris, like they didn't really have lives to begin with. That's why they got into this whole mess, was because they thought it was, they were just like these voids that needed something, and they found each other, and they wanted to like ride off into the sunset and live happily ever after, and it would have been nice if they could have without hurting anybody else.
Yes.
Well,
absolutely.
And
with that, we're going to end this live stream because I am about to fall asleep. It's way past my bedtime. But thank you guys so much on panel. And I would love for all of you to come back either tomorrow, and I will schedule it tomorrow morning, whether the next one will be tomorrow night or Sunday night. And I'll send you an email, DTC, and you a text. Zena, I just want to check in with my son, see what he wants to do with me this weekend and when he wants to do it so I can spend some time with him. And then I will schedule that after, okay?
Sounds great. Good night, you guys.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, guys. You were awesome. I can't even tell you how much I appreciate all of you mods, people in chat, subscribers, members, you wonderful people on the panel. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And hi, Miss Bo. I just saw you. And Cecile. All right. Everyone be safe. Have a good night. If anyone's having an after chat party, you freaking party animals, I can't even believe you. You can go ahead and post it in chat, of course, if you want to, okay?
Hilarious.
Hi, Nelda. How are you? All right. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Thank you. Love y'all.
Love y'all. Bye.
We can solve it. Yes.
We can. Yes. So thank you so much for the work you did, DTC. I really amazingly appreciate it. And I'm going to think about it personally, and I know a lot of other people are, and we'll get back together and we will just focus on that next time, girl. Okay.
Thank you, Kelly.
All right.
Thank
Thank you for
providing
everything.
this platform. Amazing.
Yeah, of course. All
Have a
right,
good
girl. I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye.